Good morning, everyone. Sound check lang po. Sound check. We will be starting in a few minutes. So just a few reminders. If during the presentation and in the open forum for each of the products that will be presented today, kindly type your questions and email address into the Q&A box, which you can see. It is located at the bottom part of your screens that says Q&A. So for technical concerns, you can type in your concerns in the chat box, um, which is the icon, uh, which is the icon next to the Q&A button. So our team will answer your queries as soon as we can. And if we would need more time to answer your queries, we will be sending it to you via email. So we are asking for your email addresses. So for the physically present today, just a few reminders. Please do not unmute your laptops. Our sound system is centralized. So you should use the microphone provided to you. And please refrain from unnecessary movements po because we are using a virtual background. And if you wish to stand po, just let us know so we can properly accommodate you.
Morning, everyone. We're now going to proceed to the beginning and the opening of our 35th National Coconut Week. But before that, let us proceed to the opening prayer to be conducted by PCA staff.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this Coconut Investment Forum. Help us to engage in meaningful discussions, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make our decisions, plans, and activities for service toward your countrymen. Continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. We ask these through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Let us now be ready for the Philippine National Anthem.
Ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
You may now take your seat. Thank you very much. Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Good morning, everyone, our online participants in today's celebration and commemoration of the 35th National Coconut Week. You know, under the new normal, we got used to utilizing interactive platforms to reach out and engage with our partners, stakeholders, and clientele. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a result of our effort in finding pathways to facilitate discussions and collaborations. So today, under the leadership of Administrator Benjamin A. Madrigal, the Philippine Coconut Authority conducted and organized this major activity, the Coconut Investment Forum, with the theme Negosyong Suportado, Pag-unlad ng Industriya ay Sigurado. So ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to introduce myself to you. This is Charles Shana, a family coming from the family of the Department of Agriculture. So let us now proceed to the recognition of participants to be conducted and done by one of the division chiefs of the Philippine Coconut Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Miss Luz Brenda Valibrea.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ja. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Mayong buntag Pilipinas, mayong buntag Visayas ug Mindanao. Magandang umaga Luzon. For us to have a good discussion this morning, may we recognize the participants. As of 9 o'clock this morning, we have 134 registered participants. Of course, from the Philippine Coconut Authority, we have our Deputy Administrator, of course, our Administrator, Benjamin Madrigal Jr., our Deputy Administrator and Head of the Coconut 35th National Coconut Week celebration. We have Deputy Administrator Walter Partosa. We have also with us our Deputy Administrator for Operations, D.A. Rosales, also our Deputy Administrator for Research and Development, Ms. Erlene Manuhar, and our Head Executive Assistant, Mr. Tom Sedano. And of course, all the department managers and division chiefs of the central office. From the regional office, we also have 41 participants headed by our regional managers from 12 regions. From the DTI, we have 8 participants headed by Deputy Executive Director Elsa Valenzuela. From our Department of Agriculture, we have 14 participants from the DAPRS, DA Project Development Service, AMAS, and our PRDP, Philippine Rural Development Program. And of course, our agriculture counselor in the U.S. Post, we have Boots Escandor. From Japan Post, we have Pete Lakian. And from our Rome Post, we have Miss Joy Havelosa. We also have participants from our partners from the DOST. We have 4 participants. We have 1 from DPWH. We have 4 from the Department of Finance. We have 2 foreign embassy representatives from the Netherlands Embassy, and 1 is from Korean Embassy. We have 24 farmers organizations from the different regions, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We have 10 NGOs participants. And of course, our presenters, we have with us the first presenter, Mr. Chicano, Mr. Cutler, Mr. Voss, and Mr. Flores. And then our reactors, we have already here with us, Ms. Agnes Cristobal. And of course, our investors, especially this is an investment forum. So we have with us the Assistant Vice President for the Development Bank of the Philippines. We have Ms. Ralen Verdalero. We also have Mr. Jerry Bulatao from the Land Bank of the Philippines. We have Mr. Kalingo from Peace and Equity Foundation. We have Ms. Zarina Brocano from Mega World Lifestyle Malls. Of course, we have a former Assistant Secretary Leandro Gazmin, but now with the Chimonix of the USAID. And then we have Miss Selena De Leon from the Corporate Purchasing Office of the Jollibee Corporation and Jollibee Foundation. We have Miss Marie Teresa Tombali from the Agritierra. So ladies and gentlemen, those are our partners for today's activity. Magandang umaga.
Thank you very much, Miss Bam. I call her Miss Bam. So marami pong salamat. And we would like to acknowledge all of you and thank you for being with us here today. This official opening program for our 35th National Coconut Week Coconut Investment Forum is not going to be complete without the opening message and the introduction of the keynote speaker, to be done by no less than the Philippine Coconut Administrator, Philippine Coconut Authority Administrator, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Benjamin R. Madrigal, Jr.
To our guest of honor, whom I shall have the privilege of introducing later, to our hardworking colleagues in the Philippine Coconut Authority, fellow public servants in government, representatives from the private sector, coconut farmer entrepreneurs, our distinguished guests, online viewers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Magandang umaga po, maayong buntag, kanatong tanan. It is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you in this investment forum, which is part of our 35th National Coconut Week celebration. Labeled as a sleeping giant, the Philippine coconut industry has always been a dominant sector in Philippine agriculture. Yet coconut contributes a measly 4.7% of the country's gross value added in agriculture. And our coconut farmers continue to suffer from the fluctuating price of copra. Many of the youth of farmer families choose to leave their farms because of this and hoping to find better opportunities and brighter future in other fields of work. However, compared with other agricultural commodities, the coconut industry has the most complex supply and value chain, with vast products produced from the nuts to the husks. However, despite the opportunities, the potentials of the country's coconut industry have not been fully tapped. There is still a huge percentage of the country's raw materials from coconut that remains unutilized. The country is producing at the moment 15 billion nuts annually, more or less. But the commercial utilization of coconut water, husks, and coconut shell is a bit minimal. For the past decade, the Philippines exported 42 coconut products, but majority of our earnings come solely from copra-based products. From the traditional products like coconut oil, desiccated coconut, oleochemicals, and copra meal, the country's export has expanded to include non-traditional products such as virgin coconut oil, coconut water, coconut milk, coconut concentrate, and others. Crude coconut oil remains our biggest export. It is further processed abroad as health, beauty, and wellness products, which eventually commands a higher price. As such, we lose so much potential earnings because we trade raw materials instead of processing here for domestic and global consumption. Now that the world is facing an unprecedented health crisis on a global scale, especially with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, people's awareness and focus on healthier and greener lifestyle is top priority. This would greatly affect the consumer's behavior and choices, thus giving lots of positive impact on organic products around the globe. Coconut and all its byproducts remain a prime organic good and is predictably rising even after the pandemic. Ultimately, we intend to maximize the full potential of this grossly underexplored commercial opportunity. And so today, this investment forum will present the various market opportunities of our top coconut-based products and other byproducts that were previously unheard of. These are innovations that truly set that there are unlimited possibilities with coconut. With the complex nature of the industry and the multifaceted value chain, we need to identify and institute agribusiness corridors in the country and pour more investments on coconut technologies to truly reinvigorate and awaken this sleeping giant industry and empower our coconut farmer entrepreneurs. As we gather here today to discuss some of the investment opportunities in the coconut industry, we call on our partners, both in the government and private sector, to work with us. As the theme of this investment forum goes, negosyong suportado, kaunlaran ng industriya sigurado. We look forward to your support and cooperation. Let us all put our acts together to support the rapid, integrated, and inclusive development of the Philippine coconut industry. Thank you and magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And now, on to my more pleasurable task of introducing our guest of honor. Our distinguished guest and keynote speaker for today's investment forum has over 40 years of experience managing various organizations in the public and private sectors. He was Minister of Natural Resources in 1986 and the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture in 1987. He has been a board chairman or member of over a dozen corporations across various industries, such as power, agriculture, mining, banking, hotel, airline, real estate, and investment. Today, he is the point man in the economic team of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. He earned his bachelor's degree in economics and master's degree in business administration from the Ateneo de Manila University and attended the executive program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. Colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker, the Vice Chairman of the Philippine Coconut Authority Board and the Secretary of Finance, Secretary Carlos Sani Garcia Dominguez III.
Philippine Coconut Authority Administrator Benjamin Madrigal Jr., members of farmers' organizations and financing institutions, development partners, fellow workers in government, good morning. First of all, I congratulate the Philippine Coconut Authority for bringing together all stakeholders in the coconut industry to discuss the way forward at this critical time. Several studies show that prices of copra and coconut oil have steadily declined over the years. This trend tells us that the coconut industry faces challenging times. We have to act swiftly and decisively today to create competitive businesses around the industry and ensure sustainability for the livelihood of our coconut farmers. While several initiatives were already undertaken in the past, there is perhaps no greater reform accomplished other than the enactment of the Coco Levy Trust Fund law this year. After many years of intense political debate, it is only during the Duterte administration that this law was passed. This marks a promise fulfilled by President Rodrigo Duterte, who vowed to return these funds arbitrarily taken from the pockets of Filipinos back to its true and rightful owners, the coconut farmers. With the Coco Levy Trust Fund law in place, we now have a powerful instrument to revitalize and reinvent the coconut industry and support our coconut farmers. To avoid the painful mistakes of the past, the law is equipped with checks and balances. It provides a transparent mechanism in the management and utilization of the COCO levy funds. Cash assets of the COCO levy funds currently amounts to around 76 billion pesos and is under the administration of a multi-agency commission led by the Department of Finance. Under the law, the Trust Fund Management Committee is tasked to properly manage the COCO Levy Trust Fund so that it serves our strategic development goals. This committee has convened twice already this year and is making good progress. We are glad to announce that we have taken the initial steps for the implementation of programs and activities that will benefit the coconut farmers using the trust fund. The Philippine Coconut Authority is currently finalizing the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan. We are also developing guidelines for the disbursement of allocations under the fund. For the direct benefit of the coconut farmers, we are looking at training programs on new technologies, crop insurance, and credit access. For the entire industry, we are ready to fund the development of hybrid coconut seed farms, research, and infrastructure. I invite the participants in this forum to provide the Philippine Coconut Authority with inputs that will help us in the formulation of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan. We intend to see this finalized at the soonest possible time. Even as we are working on this plan, various government agencies are increasing support for our coconut farmers. The Philippine Coconut Authority, for instance, funds several farmer programs using its own operating budget. Our government financial institutions are also increasing financing support for the industry. We expect our state banks' credit support programs to substantially grow in the coming period. Under the COCO Levy Trust Fund law, the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines are entities tasked to implement the credit programs using capital from the fund. We foresee that these programs will support technology transfers, fertilization and intercropping, as well as manufacture of high-value products such as cocoa sugar, cocoa water, and furniture. I look forward to the outcomes of this forum. I am sure they will help enrich the plans that are being drawn up for this challenged industry. I congratulate the Philippine Coconut Authority and all the industry stakeholders on this 35th National Coconut Week commemoration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Honorable Secretary of Finance and the focal person of the economic team of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the Honorable Carlos G. Dominguez III. Marami pong salamat, Secretary Dominguez. That officially opens our Coconut Investment Forum for today. So probably we can proceed to the program proper, to the discussions and presentations of today's forum. For the presentation of overview and mechanics of program and house rules, again, would like to give you back one of the division chiefs of the Philippine Coconut Authority, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Luz Brenda Balibrea.
Good morning once again. May I present to you the mechanics of this Coconut Investment Forum this morning. Next, please. As we all know, coconut is our heritage industry. For centuries, the coconut industry has been one of the pillars of the national economy. In the last 5 years, it contributed an annual average value of 1.8 billion US dollars from 2016 to 2020. The Philippines is the second biggest coconut producing country in the world and the #1 exporter of coconut products. The Philippines has long been a major preferred supplier of coconut products and byproducts in the global market, particularly Europe, Japan, in US, and China. But as our administrator mentioned a while ago, we are producing 15 billion nuts annually, but the commercial utilization of our coconut water, coconut husk, and coconut shell is still very minimal. For material utilization, this is our area of investment and investment opportunity. From coconut water alone, we are only utilizing 8.5% of our commercial utilization from the 15 billion nuts annual production. For the coconut husk, we only utilize around 8%. And for coconut shell, we only utilize 42%. Basically, this is for coconut shell, charcoal, and activated carbon. So with very minimal utilization of our other coconut raw materials, we need to move towards optimizing materials recovery towards a zero waste system. From the coconut water alone, for every kilo of copra, there is a 440 pesos for gun value of the coconut water. So we really need to move towards optimizing raw materials recovery. And this is the essence of this investment forum today. Next, please. Next slide. So the objectives of this event this morning. Our goal is to heighten public awareness of the potentials of coconut to increase investments for the inclusive growth and sustainable development of the Philippine coconut industry, to promote the value addition of coconut and increase utilization of the waste materials from copra production, promote the technologies that are ready for commercialization, facilitate the implementation of hard pipeline projects, linking the proponents to possible partners, inform our government enablers, the financing institutions, and other stakeholders on the areas of the investments in the different subsectors of the coconut value chain, and entice big and small investors to invest in coconut to increase exports while providing sources of livelihood to the farmers and farming communities. Next, please. So to have a good discussion this morning, each presenter will be given 25 minutes to present his project or business proposal. The presenter may use PowerPoint or video presentation to present his proposal. For each proposal, there is a reactor from the concerned industry to vet the importance or relevance of the proposed project or business, and the 45-minute open forum will follow. Due to limited time, questions will be limited to 4 to 5 questions, but other participants can throw in their questions using the chat box. For the investors to capture their interest, and for the PCA to be able to assist the linkage of the project to possible partners, an online Google form will be provided in the chat box for each presentation, and contact details of the project proponent will be provided at the end of each presentation. Next, please. Thank you. And for our contact, the last part, the last slide, please. Meron pang isang slide. Okay. So this is the reminders for the session, the house rules. Please kindly follow the format for your names. region, unit office, or and full name. And then always put your microphone on mute. And then for comments, question, clarifications, and concerns, please raise a hand and wait for the moderator to acknowledge. And for participants who don't have microphone, you may use the chat box for your questions, comments, clarifications, and concerns. Thank you, Ms. Ja.
Thank you very much. That was again Ms. Luz Brenda Balibria of the PCA. So let us now proceed to the first presentation. But before that, I would like to remind all of you, for our online partners and participants, to please follow all the mechanics, follow all the rules, so that we have a very smooth flow of our discussion. Thank you. Now let's allow me to introduce to you our first presenter. Our first presenter is a co-founder and CEO of Fortuna Cools, a Philippines-based agri-tech startup making sustainable coolers out of coconut fiber. He attended Stanford University in 2017 to 2018 with masters in international policy and design, and Middlebury College with BA in politics and languages. He is a research assistant in Stanford University and developed Stanford Impact Investing Initiative with a program on energy and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, to present cocoa coolers, alternative to styro box coolers of Fisher Folks, the co-founder and CEO of Fortuna Cools Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. David Cutler. You now have the floor.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction, and thanks to all the panelists and speakers and the administrator and secretary as well for these exciting remarks. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very excited to present our work as well as talk about new ideas and get your feedback on directions for this industry. I totally share the opinion that this is an industry with unlimited possibilities and potentials, as Administrator Madrigal said earlier. So I will go ahead and share my screen if that's okay. So my name is David. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Fortuna Cools. And at Fortuna, we are turning coconut husk waste into premium insulation. And we're disrupting the $15 billion insulated packaging industry in the process. So I'm going to go on a quick diversion through our backstory to explain how we got here and the problem that we're trying to solve. So that will be the first few minutes of my presentation, mostly pictures and stories. And the last 10 minutes or so will be a word about the business direction, the business model, and the investment potential and partnerships we're seeking moving forward. So to start with, unfortunately, I can't start with a coconut palm. I have to start with a styrofoam box. So this is what the packaging industry looks like today. And this is largely where the insulated packaging industry has been for the past 50 years or so. So in the world of perishable transport, think about fresh fish, flowers, dairy, meat, anything less than a container load of goods generally goes into these styrofoam boxes. There are people all across the Philippines who know this much better than I do. We've met many fish traders over the last 4 years who rely heavily on expanded polystyrene or styrofoam boxes to move all of their goods, including this fish trader in Malabon. So Marvin's company there, Fishmore, spends $24,000 a year on styrofoam packaging. And that's because although it's cheap upfront, it requires constant replacements as the styrofoam either breaks or degrades so significantly that it must be replaced. And so even though it's cheap upfront, it ends up being quite expensive at the end of the day. And that, of course, is the best case scenario, that people are even using styro boxes, because much of the perishable good industry in the Philippines is actually completely uninsulated, which leads to significant quality and value loss for food and goods in transport. These are photos from our first sort of exploratory trip to the Philippines, where we were really focused on the highest value fish. And this is a yellowfin tuna, of course. And this was really where the mystery started and where our company got its legs. You see the enormous price difference between what small-scale fishermen can get for their yellowfin tuna at the beach in Antique province or in Occidental Mindoro, compared to what a high-quality yellowfin tuna can sell for in grocery stores around the world. And this is really a problem of insulation and a problem of leaky cold chains. So again, there's lots of evidence that the insulated packaging was really the problem in making sure that small-scale fishermen and other small-scale farmers are really realizing the full value of their catch. So again, we started with the problem here, not so much the solution, but we quickly got a lot of excitement. So we started this company as graduate students at Stanford University. And we founded Fortuna Cools in 2018 to really work on this set of problems together with our partners in the Philippines. And those partners from day one was the NGO RARE, as well soon after as the NGO WWF. And then, of course, several fishing communities across the Philippines in Lubang Island, in Libertad in Antique, and later in Bicol in Albay province. So we're really solving two problems here. We're solving leaky cold chains, and then we are solving the problem of underutilized natural fiber, coconut husk fiber, which we've already heard a little bit about today. And the market opportunity here is quite enormous. So we're looking at a $2 billion market just in Southeast Asia for insulated packaging, a $15 billion segment globally, and one that is growing very quickly these days as fresh food is increasingly in demand delivered to people's homes during COVID. This is, of course, where a lot of that styrofoam ends up on beaches in the Philippines and around the world. And here's another kind of waste, but of course, not all waste is created equal, as I'm sure I don't have to tell the audience today. So these are the leftover waste husks that we've been working together with our partners at Juboken on in Bicol. So it's through this partnership with Juboken Enterprises and Dr. Arboleda, who I think you will hear from later, that we really started experimenting with the fibers of coconut husks as insulation. And quickly through prototyping, through lots of testing, and through some concerted research and development with local Philippines engineers, as well as our colleagues at Stanford University, we created durable, biodegradable insulation that significantly outperforms styrofoam in performance. So this is what one of our coolers looks like today. Customers not only like it because it helps them stand out and tell a great story about their packaging, but it also significantly outperforms both styrofoam and most other synthetic options that are on the market today. So that coconut husk fiber actually has incredible insulative capacity that very few, if any, people have really taken a concerted look at, much less tried to commercialize so far. But as you can hopefully see from this graph, or maybe not, but it's outperforming not only styrofoam, but ice is lasting longer inside of our coconut fiber coolers as compared to top of the line coolers like the Yeti, which is made for recreational audience. So we're getting almost twice the performance of styrofoam. It's also cheaper than the most hard coolers that are available on the market today, because of course the raw material is right now a waste product, which is completely underutilized. We also designed it to be collapsible so that you would save money on return trips. So we have more than a dozen customers across the Philippines, and we have validated our product in fresh fish, dairy, food, and grocery delivery segments around the country, mostly focusing on the NCR region so far. This is our team, and we are growing quickly after a long period of pilot testing and research. So really pleased to introduce Julius Bucatora to our team. He's in the audience today and is directing our Philippines operations, and will be a growing piece of both our operations and expansion and scaling work moving forward. We've won a handful of investments and awards and grants so far that I'll talk about shortly. But just to mention that impact is quite literally built into every cooler that we make. This is not just a business for us, it's also a way to support hardworking coconut farmers and fishermen across the country, including the friends that we've made in Bicol, in Mindoro, in Antique, and in several other provinces where we're active today. We're also supported by the UN Development Program through the Ocean Innovations Challenge, which is a 2-year, $250,000 grant to help us scale much more quickly than we would otherwise be able to, enter new markets, and go after new customer segments across the Philippines and in several other countries throughout Southeast Asia. So onto the bullet points, enough with the photos. So a few words about our business model and about our plans moving forward. So we work in a fast and light method right now. We own the technology and the designs for our products, and we license those designs to our partners who are really in charge of the manufacturing. Fortuna makes the liner system, which basically holds the whole thing together, and we own the IP. But working together with our manufacturing partners not only allows us to scale really quickly, but it also allows us to forge partnerships with the people who quite literally know this material better than anyone else and have supply chains already established for the raw first mile material. And of course, that starts with our amazing partners at Juboken Enterprises, who are really pioneers with this material and in this industry. So we focus on high value, high volume segments, including fish, cut flowers, delivery, and soon a new consumer product. And so this combination of potentially high value products, as well as high volume, really lets us find our margins early, as well as quickly scale our product so that we can really take advantage of this huge market opportunity quickly that I was talking about earlier, and additionally increase our production volumes and scale faster than we would otherwise be able to if we were just selling packaging 1 by 1 or 10 by 10. So we're aiming for 300 tons of coir insulation next year, which is enough to make 100,000 coolers in 2022. Part of that will be fueled by the UN Development Program grant that we've received, but much of it is coming through organic growth and a huge amount of inbound leads, people who are super excited on the customer side to get a hold of our coolers, swap out their synthetic packaging, and really take advantage of something that is not only sustainable, but is also simply outperforming the other options that are available today. Finally, on the business model side, we're experimenting with a leasing or subscription model, which will further add to the efficiency of our business. But right now, we're simply selling in a standard packaging model where we try to sell volume. On the financing side, we have closed a really exciting seed round in 2020, led by local investors, but joined by investors around the world. So the round was led by the Asian Development Bank Ventures Seed Program, as well as Catapult Ocean based in Norway. And the Manila Angel Investors Network were an early and eager participant in that seed investment round. And we're very lucky to have partners on the investor side throughout the country, including Chris and Nanette Poe from Century Pacific Tuna and several others. We're targeting a Series A round in 2022 if the plans that I just laid out come to pass. That would be about a $5 million investment round, and it would be a combination of equity and debt meant to expand our team, invest in research and development, and most importantly, scale our production and sales model so that we can expand from sort of the large pilot that we're running right now to full commercialization. So what are we asking for today? We're really seeking partnerships. As you can see, we don't have an investment round open at the moment. We, of course, love to talk to any investors who are excited about this field. But first and foremost, we're looking for partnerships at the moment. We are indebted and love the partners that we have in the Philippines so far. And we know that our future success will be in large part due to the partners that we can continue bringing into the team and into the project moving forward. So what sort of partners are we looking for? We're always looking for coir processors in new parts of the country, expanding out from our hub in Bicol to Quezon, to Davao del Norte, to Surigao del Sur, And so we're eagerly looking for coir processors to be partners, our manufacturing partners in this effort. We're also looking for coconut fiber cooperatives and farmer groups who have ready access to consistent high volumes of coir, as we are more and more connecting those groups directly to our manufacturing partners and later to ourselves directly. So we are eager to understand more about the raw material supply. We're looking for university researchers and government facilities who are actively focused on natural fiber engineering. It's a very specific sub-segment of the university system, but I think I'm talking to the right crowd here. So we are definitely eager to hear from researchers who work on natural fibers, and in particular, anyone with experience and expertise on thermal engineering, on chemical binding agents, and on technology transfer systems in the Philippines. And finally, we're always eager to hear from new customers. We have a long and growing waiting list of customers who are excited to get these packaging into their inventory. But as production steps up, we will be clearing that backlog and seeking new large business customers later this year, and especially early in 2022. And so we're eager to hear from new customers as well. So that is all from me. Very excited to hear your feedback, reactions, questions, and ideas. And yeah, thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cutler. We would like to request you to please stand by for the reactions or any questions and comments on your presentation. And that is a very educational and informative one, and very practical. So definitely a lot of investors and participants will be interested in asking questions. So I would like to encourage and enjoin our investor participants to please, this is your chance to ask questions to Mr. Cutler. And we're going to entertain the first 4 to 5 participants who will raise their hands. We have here, nasa na po yung listahan na yan. So we're going to allow you to ask questions. Anyone who would like to raise their hands, please, this is your chance. That was a very engaging and informative presentation, and we'd like to thank Mr. Cutler for that. I myself was very interested. Okay, so Mr. Asa na? There are questions in the chat box, so I cannot read it. Approximately, there's a question coming from an anonymous attendee. Approximately how many pieces of coconut to make one cooler? Mr. Cutler, did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Yes, approximately how many pieces of coconut to make one cooler?
So on average, depending on the length and ratio of the fiber, it usually takes about 25 to 30 coconuts to make one cooler, assuming that there's about 10 coconut husks to 1 kilogram of useful coir.
Oh, that's very good. So 25. Next question from our chat box. From Joseph Diamante. Will the development of your processing facilities be fully funded in-house, or shall you be seeking financing?
Yeah, so we have secured financing for our immediate expansion over the next 24 months through a mix of grant and a small amount of equity through that seed investment round. And that is all about expanding our manufacturing capacity as well as our manufacturing partnerships, as I was mentioning earlier. The investment round that we're anticipating in about a year will be much more focused on building our own capacity in-house. And yes, that will come with a separate financing round to do that work. But for the time being, we have more of this fast and light partnerships approach where we don't require quite as much financing for our own equipment, and instead we work through partnerships with existing manufacturers.
Thank you very much for that. I hope that answers the question of Mr. Joseph Diamante. Let's proceed to the next question in the chat from the chat box. This time from the Office of the Provincial Agriculturist. I understand that OPA is from Quezon, CDD. Hi, how do we enroll our farmers organization as one of the cocoa fiber for producers? Mr.
Yeah, I'd love to take that question offline, because Quezon is definitely an interesting expansion market for us, and so there's great potential to work with farmers groups there, particularly depending on the sort of volume that folks have access to, as well as any local pre-processing facilities. For example, decorticating on the farm or in local central locations makes it easier to work with specific suppliers like that. But please do contact me afterwards, and we can talk about the details of what we look for in suppliers, and also how we can connect you to some of our existing manufacturing partners for new markets for your products.
Okay, thank you very much. You're going to provide us with your contact information so that anyone who would like to contact you or coordinate with you will be very available in coordinating. The next question is from our colleague from the APDS, Alvin Derain. Question is, how much is the estimated initial investment cost in putting up the facility?
Yeah, so that's definitely something that we are studying right now. It's a great question, and so far we've worked with partners who have various levels of existing manufacturing capacity. So we've never set up a facility from scratch to fully functioning, and we've had the great fortune of working with Juboken Enterprises, who are really one of the leading lights in coir processing in the Philippines. We do have some estimates for what it would take to focus on this product and build a facility that is optimized for insulation panels, which is, again, just one component of our product, but arguably the most important one, and the one, of course, that is most related to the symposium today. So startup costs look to be about $200,000 to $500,000, depending on land and facilities, but the equipment costs are about half of that.
Okay, thank you very much. From the chat box, we jump to our participant who raised her hand. May we request Miss Sally Bulato, ma'am, please? Miss Sally?
Thank you. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to just say that the presentation of David is really amazing. In fact, I think I read about this before, and since then I've been wondering how to really expand this, because it starts with the choir, no, where we have so many small groups involved in this. David, my question is, do you produce the liners now in the Philippines or somewhere else?
Oh, great question. And thanks for the kind words as well. We are super excited to expand and have a bigger impact in the Philippines. We make our liners in both the Philippines and elsewhere in Southeast Asia. So we have a partner in Bulacan, as well as several partners in Vietnam who we're working with today. And yeah, so the Philippines products will be made entirely in the Philippines moving forward.
Great. Because of course we have different locations of these choir producers right now, and I would imagine it will be it will be rational to have them located somewhere near where you source the or not necessarily. What is your preference in terms of the supply chain? Do you foresee many? How complicated is the process of making the liners, so that no, I'm looking at the value adding at the community level, so that if enterprises can go to as far as possible in the processing of the liner, so that maybe you can just collect them pre-finished and then before you make the actual cooler, something like that. So I'm trying to imagine, but I'm unable to the raw material supply chain. Can you help us a bit on that?
Yes, absolutely. It's a point well taken, and an opinion that we share is trying to make sure that as much of the value as possible is captured by the local community, and not by large factories outside of the country, for example. The liner system is a bit of a complicated project to take on for a super local community group, but we're actually already working with some local workshops in Bicol, outside of Legazpi, to see if we can replicate the factory work that we've done in sort of the NCR region, more in the provinces, in which case it would be a completely kind of provincial product from start to finish. But I think in the immediate term, just to be transparent, we see a lot more potential in terms of processing the coir and keeping more of the coir value in the communities than we do in the liner, just because the liner is a bit more of a complicated job as compared to decorticating and doing some pre-processing on the coconut fiber. So that's our immediate plans for keeping the value in the provinces. But for sure, on both the coconut fiber as well as the liner system, we're always trying to make those as locally and efficiently as possible and working with community groups to do so. So if there are any specific high-skilled community groups that do textile work as well as coconut fiber work, we're always eager to hear from them and work with them moving forward.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, we should be in touch with you beyond this investment forum. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You have also the right orientation. We should be able to connect you with some of these groups. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sally. Now we proceed. This is our fifth question, actually. So could we entertain some more? Would like to ask the Secretariat if we could entertain some more. We have 5 already. Are we right on time? Okay, 5 minutes. We are given 5 minutes so we can entertain some more. So let's get back to the chat box. There's another question here from another anonymous attendee. How much does a box cost?
So our costs are moving around a bit right now. We're aiming for about 1,000 pesos. Right now, our costs are closer to 1,400 pesos for our sort of flagship model. But as volumes increase, our costs will continue to decrease. But already we're cheaper than the hard plastic alternatives. We're definitely more expensive than the styro box, but of course we last many times longer. So already at this sort of 1,400 peso price point, we have a lower lifetime cost, even if the sticker price is a little bit higher. But the costs are definitely one area of focus as we scale up our volume significantly that will continue to be more and more efficient moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question from the Bacofa Incorporated Cagayan Valley. I would like to request the Secretary to give me a signal if the 5 minutes is over. So from Bacofa Incorporated Cagayan Valley, question is, we have volumes of raw materials in the northernmost part of Cagayan Valley. These raw materials are being put into waste. How can we deliver it to you, Mr. Cutler?
Fortunately, my colleague Julius will be able to answer that question much better than me moving forward. So please do get in touch with us after this, and we can talk about our supply chains and our manufacturing partners in CDO. So yeah, no, it's great to know that there is a source of supply in Cagayan, and yeah, we should definitely continue the conversation together with our operations director, Julius.
Okay, thank you very much. So just stand by for the information later on. So We would like to remind the participants to please type in your questions in the Q&A box. Our team will collect them. So those of you who will not be entertained just now within 5 minutes or 4 minutes, kindly provide your email addresses so we can email you the responses as soon as possible. So again, may we remind the participants to please type in your questions in the Q&A box. Our team will collect them. Kindly provide your email addresses so we can email you back the responses as soon as possible. So we still have 3 minutes probably. This time from Maria Paz Leander. Can Aurora province be included in your priority provinces, Mr. Cutler? Aurora province.
You know, I have to admit that Aurora is not necessarily on my radar right now. We don't have a manufacturing partner in that area, but I am aware that there's significant coconut production in Aurora. So I'm sorry that this isn't a very satisfying answer, but we are building out our supplier lists, and understanding the specific sources and volumes of coir will be very important as we make siting decisions moving forward. So I apologize that I can't be more concrete, but I really do encourage you to reach out to us afterwards. We're building our supplier database right now, and that database will really inform the provinces that we source from in the next couple of years, and the manufacturing investments that we make as well. So please do reach out to myself and to Julius, who's on the call today as well.
Okay, thank you very much. There's just one reminder to our investor participants. After the Q&A, the investors may look at the chat box to get the link for the survey form for PCA to assess them if they want to invest. So investor participants, please check on the chat box to get the link for the survey form. Now, there's another one. There's another one who raised his hand. We would like to request Mr. Ramon Barbosa. You have the floor. Mr. Cutler, Ramon Barbosa is going to ask you. Mr. Barbosa, you have the floor now. Mr. Barbosa, yes, please.
I just want to ask Mr. Cutler regarding the price of the coconut. Then I would just like also to correct him that coconut husk is not considered as an agricultural waste, but that is of a great value in our case, because that will one of the great medium for organic fertilizer in our case, in which our farm is naturally grown. So we could make the coconut husk to be decomposed, and it will add additional texture and improve the soil structure. So if we have to balance whether what will be the compensation amount of the coconut husk compared, that if we have to convert it into some value-adding product, wherein maybe there will be, at the end, it will be a loss to the coconut farmer. And maybe only the capitalist will be gaining more profit. So we'll be asking him, what will be the price of the coconut husk, especially in our case in Surigao del Sur. We have so many also the protecting machine in our case here in the province. See, wala lagi si.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I definitely defer to the local expertise and local practices that you're speaking about. So we do know that coconut husks are utilized in many ways throughout the country, both traditionally and there's more and more new uses coming online. In our own research, we've found that in the places that we've visited, a small percentage of the coconut husks are used for natural fertilizer, and there's many more excess left over afterwards, which I think is about where that 8% figure comes from, which was sort of given at the start of this presentation. I know that in some places that 8% may be utilization rate may be much higher, and I think it's fantastic if it's being used as a natural fertilizer and it's helping the root structure. So of course we're buying the coir at the prevailing market rate, and we're exploring ways to increase the value to the farmers through things like cooperatives and fair trade systems. So I think there's quite a few ways that we can really provide a lot of value to our farmer suppliers. But yeah, we definitely look to the farmers and to local communities to teach us about what the local practices are, and if it makes sense to sell the coir externally or to use it themselves. And thanks for the question
I think,
as well.
sir. So what will be the sustainability plan? Whether the coconut farmer itself will be only supplying the raw materials, or maybe the coconut farmers, the co-op members, will also be considered as member of the investment.
Oh, that's a really good point. We try to work really closely with our farmer suppliers, and we have several partnerships in our supplier communities where we, you know, have programs to give back, as well as a previous question was getting at, bring more value from processing more locally in the community, so that the majority of the value of the product is captured by the farmer and not by middlemen or end producers. So yeah, we have several partnership models, and I would be more than happy to talk to you more, as well as get your feedback and ideas about how we can ensure that farmers benefit from this product as much as our customers and ourselves.
Thank you, sir. We have at least 5 here in Surigao del Sur protecting machine, having a capacity of around 20 tons, 2,000 square fiber per day per plant. So we have at least around 10 tons per day of the coir fiber processing plant that we have in Surigao del Sur, in which we could simply or amply suffice the requirements maybe are needing for the plant or for the project. Thank you, sir, and good morning.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Barbosa. Thank you very much. Maybe we can entertain one more. The last question from our chat box. What is the lifespan, from an anonymous attendee? What is the lifespan of the box?
Yeah, so coir is an amazing material that way. Although it is biodegradable, it doesn't degrade nearly as fast as many other natural materials. And so it has that great kind of compromise between being really strong and really long lasting, but ultimately being all natural and biodegradable. So our coolers have been used for well over a year at this point without significant issues. We are targeting about a year, and when we sort of quote that lifespan cost, we calculate based on a year lifespan. But I think expecting over a year of useful life out of our coolers is very realistic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cutler. I think that's it. We'll now proceed to the next part. Mr. Cutler, we would like to thank you again for that very informative and educational presentation. We are going to give you a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, even if you're on virtual. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much. Please
Thank you, and thanks very much for all the questions.
Thank you very much. Please be available, and we hope that you're going to respond immediately to our Filipino communities here. Thank you.
I will type my email address in the chat box, and feel free to reach out directly, and I'll do my best to collect the questions in the meantime. Thanks again.
Thanks again. Thank you very much. From our administrator, the BCA Administrator Madrigal, we'd like to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Again, we'd like to remind the participants to please type in your questions in the Q&A box. Don't feel bad if we're not able to read out your questions, but our team, the PCA team, will collect them. But please provide your email addresses so we can email you back the responses as soon as possible. So let us now proceed. Allow me to introduce the next presenter. Our next presenter is the director of ProSource International Incorporated. I use this ProSource virgin coconut oil. It's really good. He attended Hawaii Pacific University, ladies and gentlemen, to present his paper on the presentation on cocoa board manufacturing. Is the director of the ProSource International Incorporated, Mr. Ricky E. Santos. Mr. Santos? Mr. Santos.
Ma'am?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I believe we were scheduled at 11 o'clock, so our partner from Switzerland, Daniel Denizo, of Nature Loop, won't be joining until at that time, unless he's logged in already. Hold on. He will be sharing our presentation. Can the moderator just see if Daniel's online?
Daniel. Sir, Mr. Santos, Daniel, what? What's his last name?
Denizo?
Denizo. Daniel Denizo?
I
Yes,
think
he's
he's logged
online,
in.
Mr. Santos. He's online.
Okay, so it's going to be a joint presentation between myself,
There he is.
Daniel.
He's
There he
now
is.
on cam.
Perfect. Yes. Hello. Thank you.
Perfect. So, good morning, everyone. We will be presenting on our project. These are first in the world cocoa boards utilizing waste product such as coconut husk. And Daniel will initiate the presentation. Then we'll be joined by myself. And then the rest of our team, Jarel Marquez and Agnes Cristobal, will be talking about our supply chain strategy. So with that, let me turn it over to Daniel, and he can start the presentation.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to join here. And I would like to go ahead and share my screen. And to begin, we have a short video clip to show the project initiation. Okay. Yes, just to share my screen, I will need a password. It's asking me for a password if I can receive this. Okay. Excellent. So could everybody see the screen if I can just get confirmation?
Yes, we can see it. You continue, proceed.
Thank you. I will go ahead and play the video.
Daniel, there's no sound.
Mr.
Daniel,
Denizo, could you please share the sound, the audio of your presentation? There's no sound.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Can you please take the unmute or the sound so we can hear it? Maybe we can start from the beginning.
Yes,
We can go
thank you.
back.
I will try with the sound again. Yes. Yeah, when I've shared the screen, I've shared the sound, but yes, I will go ahead again.
Okay.
Yes, to share the sound, it's asking for a password here.
There it is. So I hope we can hear the sound this time. It's all right,
Perfect.
very early, so you have all the time. So don't rush.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and share again. And if I could just get confirmation the sound is coming.
Still no sound. No.
Okay.
No sound as of yet, Mr. Denizo.
Okay. So for this sake, maybe we will continue with the video. Maybe instead of the video, actually, it might make sense to continue actually without a video, and would ask the attendees to watch afterwards. I think it's a
Yeah, that's all right. So we can watch it later.
I will go exactly. Perfect. So in that case, we'll proceed with the presentation. So I would pass it back to Ricky just for a brief introduction, and then we'll get into the heart of it.
Great, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm very excited to share with you this project that we've been working on together with Nature Loop out of Switzerland. My name is Ricky Santos. I'm the president and CEO of ProSource International. We're one of the largest brands of virgin coconut oil in the Philippines, and also we export high value coconut products all over the world, majority in North America, Australia, and parts of Europe. Recently, we had partnered with Nature Loop to bring this technology to fruition. We've been working with them for over a year now, and we're very excited on how this can impact the Philippine economy, specifically to help Filipino coconut farmers. We've got this great technology that Daniel is going to be sharing and talk about the market and the potential for this product. And later on after that, we can share our sustainable supply chain strategy and how we can benefit directly the coconut farmers and the cooperatives. So with that, let me give the floor to Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Ricky. So to give a brief introduction of our company, the name is Nature Loop. We're actually a spin-off company from the Bern University of Applied Sciences. So this started as a research project back in 2014, and the Swiss government was able to offer a grant to initiate it. At this time, it was quite known the amount of husks available, not only in the Philippines, but in countries abundant in coconuts. And our university was actually called upon because of their deep knowledge in the field of wood technology and the processing. And the goal was to transform these husks into a construction material. So fast forward to where we are today, we are a team of 5 people from backgrounds mainly in engineering and international business, and then with our advisory board, we're up to a 10-person team. So today, up to today, the project's raised over $1 million US. And at the moment, we'll get into some of the deeper investments needed for this project. And back to Ricky for an introduction of ProSource.
All right, as I had mentioned earlier, we were first to market with virgin coconut oil back in 2005. We are the leading brand in the Philippines today, available in all the major retail outlets, including Mercury Drugs, Watson's, Pure Gold, and all the major supermarkets. And also we have our brand called Nuco, which we started in 2012. It's widely distributed in over 2,000 stores in North America, including the major supermarkets such as Whole Foods, Ralph's, Vons, and all the major health stores as well. And also we are the leading brand in Amazon in the US. So with our deep experience in the coconut industry, we were tapped to partner with Nature Loop to allow us to be able to reach out to the coconut farmers and see how we can uplift their lives through the sale of the coconut husks, which are considered as waste. So we're trying to turn this waste into cash and see the potential and how it could benefit the entire coconut industry. So with that, Daniel, your turn.
Excellent. So as Ricky said, what we've simply done is we've taken the coconut husk, and to turn it into a construction material, what we noticed is that it actually could behave quite similar to wood composites. And that's what's created the development of cocoa board. So we've mixed a coconut husk with a bio-based adhesive. And the adhesive itself is something that we've formed at the university. It's a novel adhesive and it's fully plant-based. And what allows it to be plant-based is the use of tannins that are extracted from different tree species. So with cocoa board, like I said, it's really an alternative to wood-based panels. Now, some of these panels, we know them as medium density fiber boards or particle boards. These materials that we're used to as tabletops or kitchen cabinetry, bathroom cabinetry, these types of products. And if we look at some of the benefits in comparison to those wood products on the market today, what we do notice besides the bio-based composition is a strong resistance to termites, of course, an important feature in the tropical regions. On the emission side, the environmental side, there's actually zero formaldehyde emissions, which is quite a harmful compound that's commonly found in the adhesives used in these compounds, and we don't have to worry about those. So significantly reducing the environmental footprint. And finally, more on the mechanical property side, there's a stronger resistance to water. So another quite important feature, not only in tropical regions, but just because it's more of a wood product. And finally, our goal is to utilize this husk, pardon me, so we could actually hit the market at a competitive rate. This is a strong goal of the project. So what you see here with these photos, it's showing a pilot project we did, and this was in partnership with the Hilti Foundation, where about 300 panels were upscaled to semi-industrial size from what we're used to creating in the lab. And they were used in the house, both as ceiling cladding. This is what you see on the center photo. And on the right, also as a wall cladding. And this is its form in the construction industry. It could also be used as flooring that we're testing it for. But with the first factory, we're looking to create a product very close to a medium density fiberboard, which is also mainly used for furniture. And within the future, we imagine optimizing the formulation to be better suited for furniture applications, of course, really increasing that water resistance. Now, how do we plan to hit the market, and how is the partnership working with ProSource? So as you can imagine, launching a pioneer product on the market, it's quite important for those developing the technology to be in control. And that's exactly what we're planning with this factory and what's formed our partnership. So Nature Loop is setting ourselves up to be a manufacturer of the cocoa board factory. And for the past 3-4 years, we've been looking into what that might take specifically in the Philippines to do that. And of course, it's allowed us to finally find an industrial partner. So on the supply side, our supply partners, of course, one of the big ones is the production line. And at the moment, we're working with European companies for this, and they are mainly the pioneers of these types of production lines. When you look at the coconut husks, this was a big one for us because, of course, our team is based in Switzerland, a lot of knowledge with the technology itself. And this is where Ricky and his team have been doing a lot of work, which we'll get into a little bit later in the past year on the supply chain development. Finally, this leaves another important supplier as the adhesive as well. So although we've developed it, we are looking for partners. And at the moment, we're working both with local partners in the Philippines who already are in manufacturing, but also bringing some expertise from our European partners. Now, in terms of customers, there's many that are using these types of wood composites. And for this reason, we're actually partnering up with wholesalers. So at the moment, we've talked to the largest wholesalers within the Philippines and also within Southeast Asia that already have a strong customer base. They know how to move the product, and we're getting them used to this product through sampling and, of course, explaining them how the product works with technical specifications. Finally, on the other hand, we have direct sales. So this will be to larger scale furniture companies. Now, to engage these customers, what we've done is we've been doing prototyping from our lab facilities to actually see how the product works with their different products. And many of these are more from the background of furniture. Now, if we give more insights into the first factory, the goal would be to have it launched within about 2 years from where we stand today. And where we're looking is in the province of Quezon. So that's where most of the supply chain development work is being done at the moment. And we will see shortly how we are looking for support to realize this within this region. Now, in annual volume, we're looking to make about 30,000 cubic meters of panels per year. Now, what does that translate to? If to better visualize it, we can look at this as filling 12 Olympic-sized swimming pools with panels. That's our way of looking at it to get a better idea. Now, what does this mean in terms of economics? So it's about 12 million US dollars in revenue. Of course, this is when the production site is at full capacity. We expect this around year 2. And for job creation, just within the first factory alone, it's about 50 workers. And of course, this would be with not only 2, but 3 shifts running continuously. Now, one way to look at the environmental and also the economic benefit is through import substitution. One thing we haven't mentioned yet is with a lot of these wood composites, the Philippines is actually one of the largest importers. So at the moment, about 70 to 75% of what they're using, they are bringing in mainly from China. Thailand is also another one. So one of the project goals from the beginning was to help reduce these amount of imports. So the way we could look at it is with one of the most abundant products in the wood-based panels family, MDF, we could actually replace about 30% of those imports of MDF just with one factory. Now, looking into the raw material side for the coconut husk, about 50 tons per day is what the factory will require just in the first year. And this number could double already by the second year, getting up to the full capacity. And finally, looking at the investment in the project, we're looking at about $6.5 million US dollars. And I'll get into what that capital will cover. So on NatureLoop side, the main capital will be used for the production lines. This is what you see on the right side. So 3 shifts per day, about a 2.5-year payback period, and 60% return on investment. Now, our strategy is to actually invest directly in the production line. And for this reason, what you see on the left here is the building infrastructure. So this is something that we're looking for a partner at the moment to help boost the project, potentially develop land and actually put up a building to the standards of the cocoa board production line. And of course, that means that we would like to enter into a longer term agreement. Now, for a finance strategy, NatureLoop will have to do a large round of investment within about 12 months from where we stand today. However, we are engaging different parties. So for looking into loans, we're looking into loans from the Swiss government at the moment. We are talking to the Asian Development Bank. They have a venture program that we're looking to enter. So these have not been confirmed as of today. However, due diligence is happening and constantly updating the project. And we believe it will be necessary to make use of such funds besides private investment. And finally, as you see on the bottom, we're also looking to determine what other types of grants and loans are available. And this is, of course, something exciting for us to be here today and to learn more about the landscape within the Philippines. Now, before I pass it on to Ricky and his team, I'd like to share a short roadmap just to have the audience better visualize when this project is coming to life and some of the major steps that the NatureLoop team is working on. So with where we stand today, we've protected the product with patents, both to protect the product formulation as well as the production technology. This was filed in Switzerland, And in a few short months, we will be actually expanding it through an international patent. We've found our industrial partner, of course, with ProSource, and we've engaged customers. So we've really validated through much market research that there is a desire for this product, and there's a need for it not only locally, but also strong demand coming from Europe and some other countries situated closely to the Philippines. So this makes 2022 really the year to finalize our concept, our production line concept, to get closer to finalizing the supply chain development, and then finally getting into an investment round by about halfway through next year and launching some pre-sale orders. So we do see the factory being able to launch once building is constructed in about 2 years' time. And we give ourselves about a minimum of 3, most likely about 6 months of a ramp up to get that product to the quality we needed, which means 2024 is likely the year to be hitting the market with the quality up to our standards for customers. And finally, it means market expansion. And a few words on the market expansion is that we believe there's room for growth within the Philippines, but there's also, we know India and Indonesia are quite abundant in coconuts, and we're also quite interested in looking into those markets as well. So I'd now like to pass it off to Agnes from the ProSource team, who will deeper explain some of the supply chain.
Mr. Denizo, before we give the floor to Agnes, could you please allow us to show you the video, show the participants the video? Our IT team took the initiative of getting a copy of the video that you're about to show a while ago. So can we insert that for now, Mr. Santos?
Yes, please.
Yes. Could you play it?
Thank you.
And then after this, you can give the floor to Ms. Agnes.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Just stand by. Okay, there you go.
There have long been myths around the coconut tree. Stories of old gods, desire, and abundance. In different languages, its name translates to the tree of life, because one can use almost every part of it, from the healing properties of coconut water to the nourishing sweet white meat, and to its solid timber. For people living in the tropics, simple uses of coconuts can be seen in everyday life. But despite its many uses, there are still millions of unused coconut husks in farms, wasting their potential. Now imagine if we can use these available resources and help stop the destruction of forests, because we don't need to take more than what we already have. What if we can develop homegrown materials so that countries can be independent and not reliant on imports? Together with Bern University of Applied Sciences, we have pioneered the development of CocoBoard, a sustainable alternative to wood-based panels, built from locally available materials. It is the first ever 100% bio-based board, made from coconut husks and natural adhesives from tannin extracts. Even without using chemicals, CocoBoard has equivalent mechanical properties to industrial fiber boards, and it can be used for the same applications: construction and furniture. It is highly resistant to termites and has zero harmful emissions. CocoBoard is built on the circular economy approach, where we minimize waste and prolong the life cycle of natural resources that otherwise go to waste. We believe in working together with local communities, creating value from organic materials and fostering innovations that protect not just the environment, but also the welfare of coconut farmers.
That's it. Thank you very much for that video material, Mr. Denizo. We're successful this time. That's very
Thank you
nice.
very much. Yes,
So we now
perfect.
give the floor to Agnes, your colleague Agnes. Please, Miss Agnes.
Yes, yes. Good morning, everyone. To proceed with the presentation for Nature Loop. All right. This is the partnership component for the supply chain for the coconut husk requirements of the initial plant to be set up in Quezon. So the supply chain management will involve husk buying to supply the 10,000 to 15,000 tons a year in the first year of operation. This translates to the 50 tons of husk earlier mentioned by Mr. Deniso. And for this, we have recommended the setting up of community-based consolidation centers to be operated by people's organizations in the community. All right. So we have studied the supply chain extensively for since last year, despite the pandemic. And for this, we also have, because the step 2 is processing of the coconut husk from the farm to coconut chips, which is the raw material for the cocoa board. So we also have done a test run on purchasing husks and producing coconut husk chips for this project. And for this, we shall be requiring machinery for the drying and chipping husks. So in addition to the setting up of the consolidation centers. On the next slide are the investment requirements. So for the investment requirements on this slide, for year 1, we envision the establishment of 5 consolidation centers producing 10 tons a day, all right, for the raw materials to complete the 50-ton requirement of the main plant. We shall be requiring the consolidation centers to have a warehouse and of course, operating capital for the 10-ton daily requirement. Machinery, which will include shipping machines, conveyor systems, and mechanical dryers. This is important because in our test run, we have proven the concept for chipping, the rate for chipping, the rate for drying, because we cannot rely on sun drying alone for a 50-ton daily supply requirement. And of course, we will also need the transport and hauling, rolling equipment, the trucks from farms to the center and from the center to the main plant. For this, we are in the process of estimating exactly how big the space we will need, how much all this machinery will cost, and the transport and hauling cost, either for the trucks or for a third party service provider for the hauling. Okay. After this, I will turn the floor over to Ms. Jarell Marquez, who will expand on the project benefits and economic justification for our supply chain strategy. Jarell, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Joel Marquez? Joel or Noel?
Jarrell.
Jarell.
Sherelle, are you there?
Mr. Jarell Marquez?
Miss Sherelle?
I either you, Agnes, or I can take over. That's okay.
All right. Okay. Yes, please. Go ahead, Tracy. Thank you.
All right. So definitely there's going to be a lot of benefits and economic justifications for this project. What we tried to develop really is a sustainable supply chain strategy. That's the most important thing, because if it's not sustainable and no one is really benefiting from it, whether it be a livelihood or additional income, it will be hard to sustain. So we tried to create a livelihood for the farmers, and in cooperation with farmer groups and cooperatives to be able to make this a long-lasting, sustainable strategy. So coconut farm workers and owners will have additional income from selling the husks at market price. And then the workers at the processing centers, which will be managed and run by the farmer cooperatives, will receive compensation based on the mandated wage and benefits provided by DOLE. And on top of the mandated benefits, we will also offer programs and incentives for the farmers, the workers, and their dependents. That could be scholarship programs, productivity incentives, or others, right? So the direct beneficiaries, definitely from employment, will be the regular employees who will be working at these centers, and also at the plant, right? The main plant that we're going to be setting up in Quezon. Indirect beneficiaries will be the local economy. There will be at least 7,500 farm families who will benefit from this project. This will include the farm owners, the coconut workers, transportation services that will be providing the logistics and the trucking, and also the commercial establishments that will serve these farm families. Next page, please. So this is just an example of some of the additional income that the farmers will benefit from. So if you're looking at 1,500 coconut farmers per consolidation center at 300 days per year, times 10,000 pesos a day for husk buying, that will reflect a 3 million peso annual contribution to the economy. If you're looking at 5 consolidation centers, that's 7,500 coconut farmers, that comes out to around 15 million pesos that will be contributed to the income of Quezon Province. This is just a sample. This could be much higher as we increase our buying of nuts, of husks, I'm sorry. Next page. So that's just a high level explanation of what we're trying to do, both at the plant level and also at the supply chain level. We certainly would entertain your questions, your concerns during the question and answer portion. But we're very excited that this project will soon be happening the next couple of years. Definitely first to market, first in the industry. A lot of people will definitely be benefiting from this. And we are looking forward to partnering with the LGUs and all the other government agencies to help this project come and become a reality. So if there's nothing else, Daniel or Agnes, that you would like to add? Is there anything else before I close?
On my end, I think it's perfect, Ricky. And we could leave some time for when we have the question portion. We would be happy to go a little deeper then. So thank you, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos and Mr. Daniel Denizo and Ms. Agnes. Thank you very much. Before we proceed to the question and answer or the open forum, I would like to give the floor to our reactor, the chairman of the United Architects of the Philippines, Emergency Architects, Architect Jose Miranda. Mr. Miranda, Architect Miranda, please, you're on the, you have the floor. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for this exciting opportunity. It was quite a very inspiring and encouraging presentation. It's about time, really, we start uh, to stop or reduce relying on imports. I'm quite active in the construction industry, being a design and builder myself, and you see, in the area of cabinet works, we have been relying too much on imported boards, and the industry, that component of the building industry, is really improving. There are more and more tradesmen and finishing carpenters learning the trade of producing quality cabinets, and they rely very much on the availability of this resource. And I think 100% comes from import from China. The only thing that we could do from here is that we were able to import the machines in order to laminate the finish over the boards. We're talking about cabinet work, where a large segment in the use of these boards are in the construction industry. So it would be a great achievement for us to be able to, like as mentioned, we could cut off 30% of the import only with one factory. Imagine if there are about 3 or 4 factories, we could be exporting, right? So I am greatly encouraged with this development, and I certainly hope that it could be well sustained. As a all that being said, I would like to just add that perhaps uh, after this, or alongside, in parallel with this development, we're talking about finishing material. These boards are for finishing, for paneling at least, no? We could use it for interior paneling. So this component of the, say, a house, and we could very well make mention of socialized housing, where a very large quantity of the component of paneling is being used. I'm talking about the exterior panels now, whether it is possible to further the development of the coconut-based material for use in exterior paneling, so that a kind of material that is coconut-based could be applied with cement, or it could be a composite result, a composite material consisting of the cocoa fibers together with cement, so that it could be utilized for exteriors. That would rather complete the whole picture. You know, we have interior paneling, we have finishing panelings, we have finishing boards, and then we have exterior panels that could be plastered on, let us say 10 to 20 millimeters of plastering material. Well, I am just hoping that the research could be furthered on. Uh, Thank you. That is my contribution.
Thank you very much. Marami pong salamat, Architect Jose Miranda. Now we proceed to the open forum. And we, again, we would like to encourage our participants to please pose your questions, or you may want to raise your hands and we will acknowledge and give you the floor.
Yes, I would be happy to address some of the questions that are already posted in the chat.
Okay.
If that's okay to begin, yes. I see about three questions here, so I can just simply repeat it and go ahead. So one of them was, it was stated that the production is zero emission. What type of emission were studied? how were these emissions measured to ensure that there is zero emissions? So actually the Bern University of Applied Sciences, it is a accredited emission testing facility. So we do a lot of testing for external companies, some large panel manufacturers here in Europe. So yes, to address the question, we've done VOC, so volatile organic content compounds within the board, and we've also done formaldehyde testing. Now, for the formaldehyde testing, the panel classifies as E0 when looking into the European norms. And when you actually look at the formaldehyde emissions, it's quite significantly lower. So in some standards, it could actually classify even lower. And now we're becoming familiar with the super E0. So we noticed that on the emission side, it behaves as if a natural wood, like a pine. When you're looking at the general VOCs, and formaldehyde, it's E0 or even less. Yes. Another question is the difference between yours and others. So yes, from this perspective, from the mechanical property side, there's some increased water resistance. Now this is not only because of the adhesive we're using, but also because of the pith that's coming from the coconut. So actually this also gives some added benefits to less water absorption. And to further explain that, because I believe there was a question earlier about what that water absorption is like. When you look at the European norms, we're looking at about 9 to 10% of thickness swelling after 24 hours. This is how we look at this value, and we believe we could even further bring this number lower, of course, by further advancement to the adhesive. But for now, working with an interior panel, it already is much lower than what we're used to for this same class. Yeah, so that's some of the questions on the technology side from the product that I see here specifically. And I see a question here about approximately how much would your demand for the coconut raw mat? So yes, as we stated in the presentation, at the factory, when we're looking not at fully dried, but coming in wet, the daily requirements will be up to 100 tons per day at the full scale production.
Have you answered this question from OPA CDD Quezon? Regarding the facility in Quezon, approximately how much would be your demand for the coconut raw materials? Yeah, okay. In addition,
exactly,
when will the
yes.
production begin? Okay. So there's one here, one attendee here, one participant who raised his hand. Mr. Ramon Barbosa, you have the floor. Mr. Barbosa, please. Mr. Barbosa, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you hear me already? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
This is the farmer's point of view, the supplier's point of view. In my case, in which we grow naturally, we are very particular of the price. The particular price of the coconut husk, by which the other presenter, Mr. Cutler, is presenting, in which the coir fiber is the one that is used. But in this case, all the coconut husk from coir fiber to coco pit is being used. So the coconut husk is being exhausted for conversion of the pellets, by which there will be no other uses for that purpose alone. Meaning to say, we could drain the minerals and nutrients of a certain place by sealing all the coconut husk to the plant. So by nature, the coconut husk, after it is being harvested from the coconut tree, it is left behind on the soil, on the ground, for decomposition and additional nutrients or support minerals for the sustainability of the coconut industry. However, if we have to convert the coconut husk again to another project, that will be another reason by which we have to compute how much per coconut husk that could compensate also, that we could buy some other organic fertilizer in exchange, that we could sell our coconut husk. So there must be a proper compensation. We must be transparent enough for the pricing system so that at least we could go for the project, because it will be maybe a great loss to the coconut farmer for the sustainability of the coconut industry from now to the next generation, wherein the depletion of the soil will be much exhausted. Look at other countries now, they're always exporting all the resources until now. Kita, you have seen now, there's no more. So in our case, we have also to support the natural farming in our case, especially to sustain the coconut industry. If you could see some agricultural waste, coconut husk on the ground, that is not an agricultural waste, but it is for the purpose of letting it decompose, that it will be converted to organic fertilizer that will support the coconut plant for the next generation. Thank you, ma'am. So the only thing I say is what will be the pricing for a proper compensation that the coconut farmer could benefit the project.
All right. May I answer, Mr. Barbosa?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Hi. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
hi. Oo, Mr. Barbosa, good morning. Agnes Cristobal here. Oo, thank you for your point. All right. First, I would like to mention, all right, as we know, the coconut husk left in the farm do not biodegrade everything, no? Because that is exactly the reason we have a lot of coconut husk ending up in our ocean and a lot of coconut husk being burned and affecting our ozone layer. All right. So having said that, I am not saying that all the coconut husk be sent to us, right? What I'm saying is that instead of burning it or pushing it down the creek to end up in the sea, the farmers can instead sell it to us and earn some income out of it. Okay? Kasi, all right, if I may speak Tagalog, Mr. Barbosa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Karamihan naman ng farmers, iiwanan lang talaga yung coconut husk by itself, and so that the pile of husk do not become the nesting place for snakes. They really burn it, and that it is for that reason I am for this project, because instead of burning it, we just make something out of it. The extra income helps the farmer, right? I'm not telling them to sell to us 100%. You know, they can sell to us 80% if they want, if they wish to leave some of their husk for themselves or for their farm. That is not a problem. The thing is, we use the husk 100%. We chip it. We do not separate the pit from the fiber. Okay? Kaya talaga walang matitira. Kukunin namin, we will get the husk whole and ship it at the site, at the consolidation center. So talagang walang waste yung consolidation center that will pile up after a couple of years and become a hazard for fire. No, we will get the whole thing and the chips will be delivered to the plant. As far as the soil enrichment provided by the husk, well, I myself, maybe during the orientation period before actually start the buying operation, we can inform the farmers that some of the husk can really be left, put around the tree for, because it also helps in the containment of the water when it rains. No? So this thing, look, I know I've been out there in the farm. I know there are many things that we should be teaching our farmers. Marami hindi alam eh, di ba? Kaya ito, this is only one project which can be spread all over the country eventually. But let's start one place at a time. Quezon nga lang kami, di ba? Para let's have a proof of concept. I know it will work. And for that, wag mo muna kaming pulaan, Mr. Barbosa. Isasama namin yan sa sasama namin yan sa orientation. Ha? Ano?
Kasama rin tayo niyan. Kaya lang, let's be transparent enough regarding the pricing of the coconut husk, because as of now, the buying price something like 0.30 centavos to 0.50 centavos, lugi pa rin ang farmer niyan. Kasi actually, according to research, 120 coconut husk being mulched to the coconut tree.
I'll put it this way.
As much as 3 kilos. 3 kilos of fertilizer after 2 to 3 years.
Actually, in our supply chain study, and we have extensively traveled around Quezon province for this. Yes, in the centers where they are used to selling their husk, yes, that is the price. But for many places, nobody's buying. Correct. Nobody's buying. It is really left to rot or burned or dropped in the creek. So for that matter, provided the preparation for this project and buying operation is done well together with PCA Region 4, the Provincial Agriculture Office of Quezon provided preparation is good. We will not cause damage to the environment. Mantra for this project is, let's do something for the environment. Di ba? Balik na rin ko, kung hindi namin gagawin to, sino gagawa? Di ba? Kaya kami.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so anyway, Mr. Barbosa, if I do have the time, maybe I can talk to you personally after this pandemic to convince you also. Thank you. Thank you, Buboy.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you very much, Ms. Agnes. It's always good for us, all of us, to be working together. So for a very successful and productive and developed Philippines. Thank you very much, Mr. Barbosa.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maraming salamat po. There are questions here in the chat box, and I would like to give them a chance to be read. So if there's any one of our panelists to answer this question, here's one from our Region 8. Good morning. What are the advantages of cocoa board compared to other products? Its quality and price. Anyone who would like to answer that? Yes, please.
Yes, I would be happy to. Yes, when we look at price, so because of the capacity, there's two things that strongly influence the price. Number one is the capacity of the factory. The second one is, of course, the raw material, the husks. And then finally, we have the adhesive. So being a fully bio-based product from the beginning, we don't expect to enter the market cheaper than what MDF is from the very first sale of the panel. This is something where we have no problem being transparent with. With that being said, as Mr. Santos said, with a sustainable supply chain, with increasing supply and having a stable number there and reaching manufacturing efficiencies, we do believe that we can get that product to being quite competitive if we look at a substitute factor. To our advantage, there are certainly some additional costs due to the importation of these panels from other countries, and this is working in our benefit. So our goal is certainly to service the local market in the Philippines. I mean, it's certainly one of the reasons why we're driven to have production happen on that side. So that's what we can say in terms of the pricing. There was a question about quality. Yes, I mean, in our eyes, quality, what we've done with the panel is to bring it as close as possible to MDF. So we've really tailored the research on this end to have it as a nice replacement product where the customers that are used to using it, whether they're laminating it earlier, like Mr. Miranda was talking about, whether they want to do different cuts with it. This is all going to be possible because we've really tried to make the board as close as possible to these conventional products. With that being said, some of the additional properties, the termites, the moisture resistance, these are added benefits. And finally, the bio-based. So we know that the Philippines market, I believe in the long term, are excited to welcome bio-based panels on the market. There's not a huge demand for them that there are in other countries nearby. For example, Japan is a big one. Australia is a big one. And here in Europe, there's really a lot of demand. And we believe the Philippines market may also be demanding that in the future. But in our eyes, this environmental benefit of being fully plant-based is certainly part of the quality of the board. So that's, without getting long-winded, that's what I can speak to there. And if I could just, while I'm at it, address a question from Mr. Frank Utzia here. Can cocoa board composite technology be developed for use as sheathing? So at the moment, sheathing is mainly being done by plywood with wood-based panels. I know also commonly used in Europe, North America is OSB, so oriented strand board. These are quite different products than MDF and particle board. So the cocoa board is much more going as a replacement to the particle board MDF. It's not going to be used as much as a structural product in this application. But with that being said, as we briefly mentioned, with advancements to the adhesive and actually trying to increase the moisture resistance, then we believe we could at least see some applications where cocoa board is being used where plywood is being used, for example, in forming as one example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denizo. Allow me to read another comment in this chat box from Dr. Samuel Garcia, just a commercial break. I would like to please furnish us all the presenters, emails during this great and vibrant investment forum. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Garcia, for appreciating the effort of PCA for this forum. We'll definitely take note of your email address and we'll get in touch with you, sir. He is based in Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, Region 2. And for the next comment, just to inform you, our cooperative bought husk 70 centavos per piece if delivered in our plant, and we have workers that can get those husks for free if cannot be delivered. Let's just comment. And then from Caraca, coconut husk was only left in the farm. Farmers consider it only as waste. Maybe there must be a program for PCA or agriculture to establish a bin for coconut husk. A group who will take care of the coconut husks. The problem here is the hulling and the consolidation, which is expensive to transport the cocoa husk waste. Okay. And then from Harmon, please mention again termite resistance, Daniel, and we like to pay more for a better product. More fear, more for a better product. Mr. Denizo, please mention again termite resistance, Daniel.
Yes, of course. Yes, thank you, Harmon, for the comment. Yes, so for the termite resistance, it is something that we've tested, and although you can test this in the lab facilities, which we of course plan to do once we get closer to manufacturing at the factory, we've actually done a test on site in the Philippines, to actually test the longer term deterioration completed or caused by termites. And what we noticed is that there was actually significantly less deterioration caused than when comparing it to a plywood panel. So we compared plywood, mainly I believe from a softwood like pine, and we compared that to the cocoa board samples. And yes, what we noticed was significant resistance to that. So we're not at the level where we can say it's fully termite proof, but certainly stronger resistance. And of course, this is something that we will be finally testing at the doing third-party testing once we get closer to ramping up production, of course, fulfilling all the different norms and certification standards. So yes, the comment about we will pay more for I believe it was a better product, that's definitely comforting to hear. But of course, we know that price with these types of products, pricing is quite sensitive, and we have quite a lot of work to do to make sure we could enter the market at a quite a friendly price, even though we are coming with some added benefits and completely bio-based. But thank you very much for the comment and question.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are there any more questions? I don't think there are remaining questions here, but more of requests. There's another one here from Elvira Rempis. The Parvemco cooperative has already made the coconut husk into hanging pots as our additional income generating. Oh, that's very good. Okay. For consolidators, cocoa husk chips, how much investment is required and the projected return of investment? Anyone who would like to answer that from our panel? Yes, Mr. Santos.
Yes, we can take that offline if because there's some proprietary and confidential information that we can share with any prospective potential investor. So if you can share our contact information and phone numbers, so we definitely would be interested to talking to anyone who has questions about the ROI, specifically on the supply chain side.
Okay, that's the director of ProSource speaking. So we will provide you with the information and the contact numbers of our panelists. So be assured of that. So in the meantime, it's 11:27 right now. We still have much time. So anyone of you would like to give your follow-up questions or any more? Before we wait for another round of questions from our participants, I would like to remind again our participants, those who are interested investors for the cocoa coolers, that was the first presentation. Please fill out the Google form now in order for our technology presenters and for the PCA to address your concerns. Again, for this cocoa board presentation, meron din po, there's another link that will be provided for interested investors to fill out a Google survey form. This will specifically gather interests of investments, partnerships, supply arrangements, and others. So please fill out the Google forms provided. Okay, are there any more? Yes, Architect Miranda, sir, please. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
I raised my hand earlier, and then the question was actually answered by Daniel. And maybe I would just add that at the end of the day, it would be the pricing that would matter. I think it is very important to the success of the product. And at this point, really, what I could say is just for everyone, this is a Filipino product, so we might as well, and we have to rally behind the project initiator so that it could be a success. Not to worry too much. It is being the impression is that there is price on the base material, but also instead of it just becoming waste, it could be put to very good use. I would suggest for us not to be very uh, what do you call this? Let's not worry too much on the pricing, because at any rate, the success of the project, it being very successful in the market, is also uh, equivalent to its being very very potential for export, right? And everybody wins. It's really about time that we have to minimize our reliance on the on imports, and this is one way of showing and inspiring other prospective producers to rally on what we have locally. The coconut tree is a miracle tree. I have been promoting the use of coco lumber for many many years. I have testimonies dating back to 1986, wherein I was able to, these buildings are still standing right now with proper use of that material. So uh, maybe as a parting word, let us just try and support the industry and the players, the initiators that are really uh, initiating and trying to be the prime movers of this development, these new products that I'm sure has great promise, especially in the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Miranda. There's another question here from our chat box, so let's give them the opportunity to be heard. How can PCA regional provincial offices provide further assistance to jumpstart and sustain your operation? Of course, such assistance is expected to benefit first the coconut farmers and the local customers of the cocoa boards. Thank you. Anyone who would like to answer that from our panelists? How can?
I can have Agnes respond to that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ricky. All right. Good morning, Mon Rivera. Thank you for your poll. Um, as as we have discussed several times during our study on the supply chain in Quezon Province and your area in Region 4, um, we are actually looking at a lot of collaboration with PCA Region 4 and Quezon Province in the information dissemination regarding this project, which we expect to come in the coming months. However, as I mentioned previously, and we conducted a meeting in, I believe that was May, when we were looking at a property of the Philippine Coconut Authority in Chaong, Quezon, for use as a possible site for our plant. Okay, so, and at the time, we were asked whether how on how this project can benefit the coconut farmers, no? When it's a company, private company is going to use the property. You see, without the plant, how can we start buying the coconut husk from our farmers? Di ba? Doon dapat tayo mag-umpisa. At yun ang hinahanap namin sa forum na ito. Yung the facility to house the plant, whereas Nature Loop will provide everything for the operation. So if there is something that I would really ask for, is an aggressive effort between our company and the Philippine Coconut Authority to solve this challenge. Can we put up a building in your property and have it leased to the enterprise, or do we find all these things? Of course, I am in constant communication with RM Mon. So I hope we can do so much in terms of possibly pilot testing consolidation center, which I have mentioned previously, because you see, we have a year in the making until the plant is established in Quezon. So um, let's see how we can work on this. Let's see. I do not have immediate answers, but if you can help us in setting up the building um, at that property in Chaong, it's most welcome. Thank you very much, Mon.
Thank you very much, Miss Agnes. There's another question here from an anonymous attendee. Is ProSource looking for partners on VCO production in other provinces?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, ProSource is always open to looking at potential partnerships with VCO production. So if you can just contact me directly, we can take that offline and discuss it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. There's another question here. What's this? Wait a minute. This is Antonio Pasawa Jr., Chairman of Pangasinan Farmers Cooperative, Region 1. If you're going to set up a coconut fiber board factory in Quezon, the transport cost of the coconut husks alone might be very expensive, thus not economically viable. My question is, do you plan to make or set up a factory in Region 1 so that it would be feasible for us to participate and invest? Thank you.
It's important to set up a factory where the coconuts are, right? That's why we first looked at the province of Quezon and on the outskirts, which is southern Philippines, where most of the coconut production is done and where most of the raw material is located, so that we could mitigate the cost of the logistics side of delivering the raw material. I'm not sure if Region 1 would fit that requirement. I'm not sure the amounts of coconuts that are available in that region, but certainly our main requirement is that we should be close to where the coconut trees are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think that answers the question. So there are no more questions here. So Secretariat, are we going to proceed to lunch break? So before we declare a lunch break, we would like to thank Director Ricky Santos of ProSource and of course Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel, thank you very much for being with us. And of course, Ma'am Agnes Cristobal, thank you very much, ma'am. And Jarella Marquez, thank you very much. So, yes? Okay. We're going to flash the contact details of our panelists. So our participants, please feel free to take a shot of it and then take note of them so that you can contact our panelists. So on behalf of Administrator Madrigal, we would like to thank you, our panelists, for joining us. It's our privilege and honor to have you here today. Marami pong salamat sa time na binigay ninyo sa amin. Until next time, marami pong salamat. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please. These are the links or to fill up the survey form for Coco Coolers, you may access the link. So ito po yung link. So just click it. You may find the link of the survey form in the chat box. For Fortuna Cools Incorporated, David Cutler, here's his email address. Next. ProSource, to Director Santos, Ricky Santos, here's his contact information. So please take note of all of this so that your concerns will be addressed properly. Okay, so please stand by for part 2 of today's session for the first day. So again, thank you very much, Mr. Santos, Mr. Daniel,
Thank you.
Agnes, Jerella, marami pong salamat sa inyo. Until next time, sir. Salamat
All
po.
right.
Maraming
Oh,
salamat.
Thank you
marami
so
po
much.
salamat. Yeah, thank
Thank
you for
you.
inviting us.
Salamat
Thank you.
po. Thank you, ma'am. Marami pong
Yeah.
God bless and stay safe.
All right,
you.
we will. Thank you.
So let's just stand by for the part 2 or the PM session of today's forum. And that's going to be at 1 p.m. For now, thank you very much, everyone. Let's have a good lunch. God bless.
Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil.
Okay, so just a few reminders. We wish to invite you to visit www.nationalcoconutweek.com to view the other Coco Week activities we have lined up for you. Also, just a reminder, if you would like to ask questions after the presentations, kindly type your questions and email address into the Q&A box. So flashed on the screen is the location of the Q&A box. So just click send. So we will be collating all your queries and questions, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. For a quick recap lang po, for the presentation earlier this morning, these are flash on the screen are the contact details for the cocoa coolers. And the next one is the contact details for the cocoa board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon, Luzon. Mayong buntag, Visayas. Mayong hapon, Visayas ug Mindanao. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 35th National Coconut Week Investment Forum. As of 1 o'clock, 1:38 in the afternoon, we have 144 participants. To recap this morning's session, the first session was on cocoa coolers, and there are about 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 interested participants to join to support the cocoa coolers. For those interested participants who have not signed in your interest yet, please go to the chat box. Nandun po yung ating link, Google Sheet for the your interest in supporting the cocoa coolers, your participation to the project. For cocoa board, we have around 4 so far that give their intent to invest with cocoa board. So this afternoon we will be having another cocoa husk based technology. Is Miss Eroy around? Not yet. Okay, so we're still awaiting for our speaker for the production of greenhouse growing medium. So while waiting for our speaker, maybe we can discuss what we can do for the first 2 presentations. The PCA, we will provide the PCA regional offices with the interest and stated in the Google Sheet, so that our regional office, our provincial offices can assist the coconut farmers and provide support, continue to link with the proponent of the project. On our part, from the central office, the PCA trade market development department will work with our institutional partners, maybe with the PRDP of the Department of Agriculture, Converge project with the Department of Agrarian Reform. Of course, our USEC Evelyn Lavinia here of the Department of Agriculture. We have our program with high value crops on high value crops development program. And then, of course, we have a lot of big projects also with DTI, the Rapid. So we can link actually these proposed projects. Napakagandang investment po ito because yung raw materials po are just considered as waste from the cocoa, especially from the copra production. So we have we are utilizing for the cocoa coolers, both cocoa coolers and cocoa board projects will be utilizing coconut husk. As mentioned a while ago, or this morning session, the Philippines is producing annually 15 billion nuts annually, and we are only utilizing about 8% of our husk. At present, our husk utilization is just based on the production of coir. We're into coir processing for the production of coconut for the bioengineering technology application as mandated by MC25 series of 2002, which mandates the use of coconut bioengineering for DPWH projects and NIA projects for erosion control and slope stabilization. So we still have a lot of projects or raw materials that remains untapped and unutilized. For cocoa water, we are only utilizing 8.5% of our 15 billion from our 15 billion nuts annual production of coconut. For our cocoa shield production, we're also utilizing around 42%, basically for charcoal production and activated carbon. So is Miss Nena around? Not okay. So while waiting for the our speaker, maybe if you have a few questions, follow-up questions for this morning's presentations, you can throw in your question. Magko-connect pa yung ano, sure. Okay, we have here a message from the USAID Deliver Program. They are very interesting opportunities this morning. Is it possible for PCA to arrange a more focused discussion on this? Maybe this is from ASEC, former ASEC, Dax Gazmin. Yes, sir, Dax. We will work with you, sir, on this. Okay. Yes. Yes. We also have this is a question this morning. Is pro source looking for partners? Oh, okay. This was already answered by Mr. Ricky Santos. While waiting, our speaker is still connecting. What about the cocoa pellets? Cocoa pellets. Oh,
Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil.
Okay, good afternoon again. We're back now. Sorry for the technical problem. Our first presenter experienced a technical problem. So we will be having, instead of having the presentation on the production of greenhouse growing medium, we will be having the presentation on manufacturing of cocoa pellet. So we will be welcoming Mr. Kiel Flores, the Chief Commercial Officer of Asia of Cocoa Pellet. With him is Mr. Michel Voss, the founder and CTO of the Cocoa Pellet International. Cocoa pellet is a transport pellet from coconut husk. It was awarded a Waste and Water Innovation Award in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kiel Flores and Mr. Michel Voss.
Ms. Bem, is Michel around? I think he hasn't dialed in yet. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay, great.
Kiel.
I think it's dialing in. Ma'am, sorry. I'll send him lang the link. Sorry about that. He'll do the presentation. Oh, he's in, but they blocked. Okay, sabi po niya he's in, but he was currently blocked. Can you just let him in? Oh, there you go.
Yes, good day from Amsterdam. Okay, let's share the screen.
I'll kick off the introduction, Michel, and then
yeah, if you can do the introduction, Kel, I'll do the presentation.
sure. Ms. Bam, are we okay now?
Yes, go ahead, Kiel.
Yeah. Okay. So magandang hapon po sa lahat. Thank you for the invitation from the PCA, especially to Administrator Madrigal, the PCA head office and regional teams na continuous ang support sa Cocoa Pellet project throughout the years. This afternoon, we're showcasing a very innovative project and solution that could greatly impact several aspects and solves problems in the value chain. From minimizing deforestation, from burning or pagtapon ng ating mga bunot or coconut husks, and most importantly, makatulong po sa ating mga coconut farmers in our own very small, special way. Cocoa pellet is a very simple, innovative, and much needed solution in the supply chain that is much needed, especially in supply chain logistics industry. We have developed pallets, or we can call it paleta or tarima, nagawa sa bunot or just simply 100% coconut husks. which we intend to be a great alternative to wooden pallets. In Asia, we have about 1.7 billion single-use export pallets that are required every year, which in turn, about 200 million trees ang pinuputol po natin ng puno just paggawa ng paleta natin. And at the end of its life, actually, sinusunog lang itong mga paleta. The world will not sustain, and we already see the effects of climate change around the world, not just in the Philippines. And for us, there's a much needed change that we have to do together as one, just to basically mitigate and solve these challenges and problems. This afternoon, let me introduce to you the founder and CTO of Coco Pallet International. His name is Michiel Vos. He's a serial entrepreneur specialized in bio-based products. His role within Coco Pallet revolves around sourcing, supply chain, operations, and technology, as well as being the creative and social force within the team. Michiel believes that inclusion, diversity, creativity, and joy are enormous powers that help us entrepreneurs and their teams to leverage positive change in the whole value chain. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to Michiel Vos, or you can just simply call him Michael. Go ahead,
Yes. Well, thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be in this meeting. It's early in the morning here in Amsterdam. I was in the Philippines a few weeks ago, traveling with Kel to several places to find the best locations for the factory. We'll give you a short PowerPoint just to explain what we do and who we are. Let me see. Can you see the presentation?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So we were given a format by the investment forum, so we hope we did a good job. Yeah, so I'll just walk you through briefly about the history and what we are doing, what we're making, and why we are doing it. So we started quite a few years ago. It's a quite innovative product. The first idea was like 2012, 2014, we started with experimenting, building machines. And what we created is like, as Kjell told, a pellet that is only made from coconut husk. So in the husk is the hairy stuff, and the binder is already in it. So we have no additional glues, resin. It's 100% bio-based. We started this project because there's a big wood shortage already like years ago. And we want to replace single-use one-way wooden pallets. This is, as Kjell also mentioned, like a 1.7 billion pellet market from Asia alone. And that's a massive amount of trees. And basically we need more trees, not less trees. And there's a big shortage leading also to massive wood price increases. Like in the United States, prices have tripled last year. And in Asia also, in some places, the price have doubled in just a few months during the crisis. We're preparing the first factory mid next year, building a full production by the end of next year. If this is up and running, we scale it up and then we move on to building like more factories. Like 2, 3, 4 factories in the Philippines is very well possible the coming years. And this is what we're going for like impact. So the impact will be in, of course, reducing wood use for pellets. But second of all, it will have a massive influence on the lives of the coconut farmers, because we buy their raw material, like the coconut husk, for fair prices and bring it to the factory to make these pellets. We're focusing on export only in Asia, so we're not shipping to Europe or America. We only want to sell around the Philippines. This is where most wood is needed. The focus will be on the standard size, like 120 by 1 meter. This is the most common export pellet. And this is all developed in Europe. We started in Asia, in China, but we decided to bring this home to Europe with the best technicians from universities and tech companies. And so now it's time to bring it back to Asia and then do this like in a cooperation between the Philippines, Europeans, to build this factory, to run these operations. And this is a very East-West cooperation that we find very important for success. Just to To give you some data, we are built to scale to have a massive impact. So that will mean like about $5 million extra income for the farmers, about 500 million trees per year not being cut. And at the end of the supply chain, these cocoa pellets can be milled down and be used as a soil improver, like as cocoa peat. So that it has impact in various ways. And these numbers are like estimates of like when we are really scaled up and have like several factories. The amount of husk that we need is quite large. It's about 30 to 100 tons per day per factory. And as you know, the coconut husk is very light, very bulky. So to get it to the factory efficiently for low prices and to create as much as possible value for the farmers, we figured out smart ways to compact it and to do the quality assessment. But also we need like smart solutions from the fields, from the boots on the grounds, from the people that bring it to us to create this extra value. The value creation for the farmers and for the workers is extremely important for us. We're a for-profit company, don't get us wrong. We are really like an enterprise, but we want to be an inclusive enterprise, and we focus always on stakeholder value, not only shareholder value. It means that we always have to think like, how do things work at farmers level? What do they have access to? The transportation, are they dependent on middlemen? Can we take out the middleman so the more value stays with the farmers? Things like this. And this is things we find out while visiting the field. Especially Kel is doing this a lot. He's like our boots on the ground in the Philippines. And he's also a partner in the project. So if you have any questions, Kel is mostly the go-to guy. And we're gearing up now for the first factory. It's we have the machines kind of completely developed. We're working on some final details on some technicalities. And what we're looking for is, of course, areas with a lot of coconut husk. So there must be like coconut industry around there. It must be close to a port to ship our pellets, like at least 70% to other Asian countries. And we need buildings, of course, preferably like existing buildings, strong industrial floor, at least 6, hopefully, preferably some larger buildings, with a high ceiling about 6 meters. So let's say 10,000 square meters, high ceiling, area outside for the collecting the coconuts, the weight bridge, all the things that you need for an industry like this. We figured out that if you drive too far, the cost of shipping will be too high for the husk. So we really have to be in an area at least maximum 100 kilometers around the factory to do efficient sourcing. It can done by trucks, can be done by boats, anything, as long as the carbon footprint and the costs are low. We calculate everything. We're very data minded, because we have to know like what is the carbon footprint of the things we make. How does it compare with wooden pellets, for example? So we can also calculate for our customers if it makes sense, and if so, how much it makes sense. About labor force, we automate a lot of things in the factory because we run 24/7, but we need a lot of technical people. We need, of course, some helpers, but like engineers in the factory in 3 shifts. But the most job generation will be definitely in the area around us, like in the sourcing, collecting the coconut husks, shipping them, trucking them to us. So it will have a lot of impact on a lot of people. And the more factories we build, the more cocoa pellets we make, the more impact we have. It's that simple. We had a question about our marketing. Well, we're trying to stay under the radar, but it's not that easy. But every time somebody shares something on LinkedIn or in a video, it's being shared at least 200,000 times. And a video about us that we didn't know about seemingly was shared like 6-7 million times. So people understand the project, they like it, they share it. And so we really have to push it now to really show that we can really make it and do it and scale it.
Michiel, there's just a request to make it full screen.
Oh yeah, sure. Our business strategy. As mentioned, this is like the cooperation between East and West. We'll bring some techniques, but we really need to work with the local people. We need to work with farmers, with investors, government. This is typically a project which is like a public-private partnership. We need organizations like PCA or Embassy, USAID, all these organizations that have a stake and want to make things like we do happen. So we really invite you to join us, to contact us, to talk with us about what we can do. And of course, we also need investors. Kjell can tell a little bit more about that. And let's see. Let me go to the next slide. Yeah. The key investment, it will be for the first factory, but we really want to go straight on to the second and third factory if everything works as we plan. The return on investment, well, it looks very positive. We're not giving numbers here, but we will reinvest all the money that we generate in the growth. We want to grow fast and have there with a lot of impact. We know also that everything we will do successfully will be copied in Asia. That's pretty fine because it's a huge market. And let's see, Kjell, am I forgetting things here?
No, just make it full screen, Michiel.
Yeah, maybe Kjell, you can take this slide about the investment, the pilot factory.
Sure, can do. I'll share my screen, Michiel.
Yeah.
PCA team, can you let me, can you stop sharing? Yeah. Yeah, basically we're fundraising for about $7.5 million, both in equity and debt. As you can see, their spending will be mainly on the machineries itself and running the operations. We're working out several investors here in the Philippines and in Asia. So we're looking at an equity of about $1 million, about 50 million pesos. Hopefully with the partners that we have from banks and financial institutions, we could also have a loan or debt of say $1 million. One of the things that we want to put as well is, especially for the NGOs and other financial institutions to help out having sourcing hubs for the cooperatives. And I think this is, and we believe that together with the PCA, Department of Agriculture, these collaborations, we need to work together. We cannot do this by ourselves, but generally it's, a collaboration of everyone. Like what Michiel said, it's a public and private partnerships. Of course, our equity partner or investors, with the nice to haves, of course, it has a big green heart and very deep pockets, are very much welcome. Added value in contacts, influence, and local knowledge, especially, we're always, when you say Philippines, always sometimes, especially in Mindanao, they say it's a red flag, but we believe it's not. Michiel and I traveled there quite a lot the past few years, and we're very confident we could definitely pull this off wherever it would be. We're focused on Mindanao and Luzon, and like we said, we could expand factories everywhere as long as the pilot factory would be successful in our first operations. Early stage investing is a ticket to participating in the scale-up phase, primarily because a lot of investors have been telling us, yeah, when we are successful, we can invest in the second or third factory. But for us, take the risk with us. We believe in what we do, and the partners that we have, and the technical partners, our cooperative partners, our government partners. And together, we believe that we could definitely scale this and grow this, not just in the Philippines. We begin in the Philippines, but we want to expand into other markets as well, such as Indonesia, India, and possibly even Latin America. So that's Coco Palette for you guys. Happy to take questions. Feel free to contact us. You can visit our website at cocopalette.com, or you can email us, or you can add us in LinkedIn. Definitely, or just message us, or you can have PCA to help connect us with you. So yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle and Kiel. Michael and Kiel. Thank you very much
Dynamic
for
duo.
that presentation. That is another investment opportunity for the cocoa husk, our coconut husk. So this would be another opportunity for us to utilize, to increase our utilization of our 15 billion coconut husk available annually. Okay, for us to give his reaction on the technology, may we call on Mr. Bingoy Medina, the president of Mark Trading Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Sir Bingo.
Sir Bingoy. Sir Bingoy, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I'm not really familiar with this Zoom meetings yet. All I've been doing. So I'm not even sure if I'm doing this right. Anyway, I think I was able to talk to Kiel about a couple of years ago. You called me in my office, yeah. Well, like our concerns with pallets, because we're not in the pallet business. Okay, our main product is the 1,000-liter spacecraft tote, which needs a low-profile pallet with a middle stringer in place. Because plastic pallets does not work with paper IBC, the 1,000-liter totes. So on a floor load, we can use plastic pallets. Minimum dimension would be 114 by 114, and maximum height requirement of 10 centimeters. The reason for that is that the door opening for a shipping container is only 228. So the height of the tote is 101 centimeters. So if you add, these are stacked too high. So that's 202 already, plus the 20 for 2 pallets. So that's about 220, 222. And, as in the maneuverability of the, for us to be able to put in too high of these paper totes is very limited. So if you remember our discussion, what we need is the strength of the middle stringer. Otherwise, the second stack would just cave in to the first one. So our requirements are pretty simple, but they are, in order for the spacecraft 1,000-liter totes to work, we have to have those features. Otherwise, a lot of European buyers would just ship 26 totes in a 40-footer container, which defeats the whole purpose of the design of the paper IBC. It's designed to fill 20 totes in a 20-footer container, maximum load of about 1,000 kilos per per unit. So that's it. Since our requirement is very, very simple.
Yeah, we don't have that one yet. We focused on the standard, most common pallet. It's like 120 by 1 meter. But we definitely will develop other sizes that are that we can sell huge quantities from.
Yeah.
The only thing is like making a mold is quite an investment. It's like 300K in euros. And so that requires a big quantity each year. So you can make back that investment in the mold. So it depends very much on the volume and the technical specs if we will make a pallet like that.
Yeah. Well, I would estimate right now, because the thing with this spacecraft totes is that it is required by a lot of the buyers. Can you guys see me? No. No, just, yeah, okay. I don't even know how to do it. With
there's like in the left corner, there's a camera. If you click on the camera, we can probably see you. Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Hey, Subingoy.
All right. So anyway, spacecraft paper IBC totes is being required by a multitude of buyers because there's something like 38 certifications. And I've seen some suppliers who did not discuss the usage of another brand with container loads being rejected when it gets to the destination. But this was in the early part. So I'm talking about in 2015, when there were so many other Chinese brands that were trying to produce this copy fake spacecraft totes. So even in my case, I started out selling this Chinese-made totes, and then I got to learn about the science of the totes, the benefits. And there's no turning back for me. So once I got into a deal with spacecraft to distribute it here, I practically could not believe that I was selling those fake totes before, because there's, they may look the same from the outside, but the science that's involved in, especially the bag, difference is night and day. So
yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, I would estimate, because I came in late in this business, so there are big users like the likes of Peter Paul, Franklin Baker, who still buy directly from spacecraft. But I would estimate that the volume for this pallets would easily go into 5,000 a month would be very, very easy. I don't know if that 5,000 pallets is significant enough for you.
Well, it all adds up, and there will be several countries using this, and it's just a matter of calculation and understanding the market. What's needed by the customers? How does the supply chain work? So we all do a deep dive. See, like, does it make sense? Do the numbers add up? Is this what solves the problem of the customer? First, you have to know, like, what problem are they trying to solve? And this is what Kjell is mostly doing, like interviewing customers, visiting the places, and see, like, how does the supply chain work? Do they use a forklift everywhere? Or is some places they need like a pallet truck? Because then you need a little higher pallet. Your pallet is like 100 millimeters, 10 centimeters.
That's maximum.
So you have to develop that. So it's something we'll look at, especially. But first, we're going to do one thing first. It's like standard size pallet, high volumes, and then of course we will make other products that solve problems. We love to solve problems.
Yeah. It's in. I experienced at one point that nobody could ship anything because because of restrictions in the harvesting of wood that we needed. And then, of course, being in a tropical country, molds are always a problem for us. Another problem that we were able to resolve, because you cannot use a pallet jack on these low pallets.
Yep.
And since there's a bottom board, when you use a pallet jack, it splits the pallet. Okay, so there was a very simple solution to that. While filling and moving the totes in the facility, they would just put it on top of a standard pallet. So they will not, while before they fill, they will put it on top of a standard pallet, and then use a forklift to load the container. Because it was a problem for a lot of even the big producers of coconut oil still don't have the proper loading docks. So they are not able to bring the totes inside the container. So it's still the standard, you put it on top of the container, put another one on top, and then push it back. Can you imagine what I'm trying to describe?
Inefficient, but it works.
Well, because I would say 99% of the oil producers still do not have the proper loading dock. So it's still, put it on the container and then push back. But I can tell you definitely, if we can come up with a strong palette, low profile, because the dimension, the size is actually, I'm sure you'll be able to do that. It's the height and the stringer that is key to the success of developing a pallet suited for this 1,000-liter totes.
Yeah. And we would love to go into the technicalities, maybe in the one-on-one. We see some questions coming in. I don't know how this is structured. Should we answer that in this meeting or is it later time?
Where do I see these questions?
I have this question here from Alvin Diran. How do you plan to do this in terms of expansion? Do you need to put up an integrated facility for decorticating up to manufacturing the pellets, or just the manufacturing part and leave the decortication process to the farmers and just supply you with raw materials? Good question. It depends very much on the location and what's available. We just need the coconut husk, and it can be separated, can be milled. But we can also be part of something larger, that the whole coconut goes there and is being, one uses the coconut meat, the water, the shell. The shell is of course used as fuel. So it depends very much. We can be part of an integrated project, and we can be standalone, because basically for cocoa pellet, we just need the coconut husk of mature coconut husk, and of course we need biomass, the shell, for the fuel. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle, for responding to the question of Mr. Alvin Dirain from our DA Project Development Service, PPP, Public-Private Partnership Unit. Before we proceed to the proper open forum, we would like to thank Mr. Bingoy, Sir Bingoy Medina, for your reaction and technical input to the cocoa pallet presentation of Michael and Kiel Flores. Okay, so we are now opening the floor for the open forum. We have okay, we have a question here from Maria Paz Leander. Okay, will the PCA help facilitate this project from investor to the farmers group? Yes, of course, we will. That's part of our job. We will be shepherding this project to connect, to link. Actually, in fact, this investment forum is part of our assistance of linking the investors and its partners. Next. Okay, we have from Region 2 Cagayan, Miss Baby Natalia. You have the floor now. Okay, from Roderick Paturay, Mr. Paturay. Okay, so we have another question here from Aurora AgriVentures Producers Cooperative. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Kiel and Mr. Voss. You had tried to visit us a few months ago, and I'm from Aurora AgriVentures Cooperative in Baler, Aurora. How do you see our fiber? Aurora has also a lot of coconut. Can we have the opportunity?
Yeah.
Phil,
Can you answer that? Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I've been there. Michael and I visited them, I think in June. Yeah, it was a very interesting site. I've never visited Baler just for coconuts, of course, for surf and among all others. One of the things that we're looking at is all about logistics. Indeed, we're very near the source, but they're so small. But at the end of the day, it's inbound and outbound logistics. One thing that's quite of our concern is actually, as you know, that we're exporting our cocoa pellets. So generally, we need an international port that's nearby. And the nearest one, I think, was Subic International Port, which is about 3-4 hours away. Given that, indeed, it will be an interesting site, but we believe it won't be for the first factory. We could definitely source, but at the end of the day, it's all about the numbers. But yeah, there's a lot of coconut husk there. I think, yeah, but yeah, for us, it's all about the logistics. So I think not for now, and not at this stage. So I hope I answered your
It's a
question.
beautiful area there.
Beautiful.
Totally.
Yes, Aurora is beautiful. That's another
Yeah.
surfing capital.
Indeed. We had an hour to surf there, Miss Bam.
Okay.
But we
yes.
had to get out because of the lockdown.
Okay. Some more questions? I haven't seen any here in the chat box. So
Yeah. Just circling back to the possible investors, we are looking for local investors because we need like people who understand the country. But a lot of companies, even banks, come to us like for the scale up when all the risks are taken. And what we're saying is what Kel said, like taking part now in this project together with us for the first factory is a ticket to the scale up. That's why he said green heart, deep pockets. That's what we are most interested in at this moment. So people who can really help us have this experience in the industrial processes that already run successful business in the Philippines, maybe also be a customer for part of the pellets. And these are the people we like to talk to. Of course, we need everybody because all the stakeholders are also like the farmers, the workers, the governmental institutions. But most of the things we got already checked, and we're still interviewing several investors that want to be part of this very scalable impact project that also could be very profitable. So we just invite you just to contact us and to talk with our CFO, get yourself informed, do your due diligence, ask difficult questions, and then see if this is something for you or not.
Okay. We understand that you have discussed or you have planning to have this cocoa pallet, first cocoa pallet processing plant in somewhere in Region 10. Can you inform the Region 10 people? What can the coconut farmers do for the project?
Well, it's not final yet. It looks very good. But we're checking on the boxes. We're still in negotiations and in getting information. But Region 10 has a lot of coconuts. It has a port. It's quite safe. We've been there. Kjell, what can we say about to manage expectations? In a few months' time, we can tell more about that. But it's one of the most serious locations we're looking at.
Okay, we have another question here from the Office of the Provincial Agriculture. Hi, I'm Mac from Bicol Camarines Norte. We have Farmers Association that produces coconut fiber, and they are looking for a stable market of their products. Kjell,
can you answer
that? Yeah, indeed. As we mentioned earlier, sir, that we do actually need the whole husks, not just the fiber and not just the peat. So we need both. I think for Camarines Sur, I think Fortuna Coolers will be operating there. I think there'll be a good connection for you. Yeah, just call Tamara or David and connect with you guys. But for us, indeed, we would need the whole coconut husk.
Yeah, for the information of our participants, this cocoa pallet project is just like the second presentation this morning. It will be the cocoa board. It will be utilizing cocoa chips, cocoa husk chips, I think. Yeah, so they will be needing the whole husk instead of having processing it into fiber and dust. So we have another.
The coconut board is a very interesting product too, because the Philippines does not have an MDF particle board production plant, so they import that. But this enables the Philippines to make their own furniture material and then construction material. So this is a very interesting thing to look at, but also they need the whole husk.
Yes, this cocoa pallet production and the cocoa board are complementary. Actually, they can go together. They can stay in one manufacturing compound.
Well, they will be competing on the coconut husk, of course, because each factory needs a lot of husk. And so the question is if you should be very close together and work together or the opposite. But this is something we have to look at.
Yes. Okay. There's another chat here from Sam Garcia. Interested to partner with your team, Dr. Sam Garcia from Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, Region 2.
Way up north.
Yes.
Dr. Sam Garcia. Yeah, Dr. Sam, just feel free to reach out to us and maybe through the PCA, if that will be possible. Happy to do due diligence and answer your questions if needed. Thank you for the interest.
Okay, there's another one here from the Office of the Provincial Agriculture of Quezon. If in case our farmers have the coconut husk, would you be, what is this? Wheeling? I think this is a wheeling in transit of the husk, or are the farmers shouldering it? Thank you. I think, would you be hauling? I think this is hauling.
Yeah, I think it depends. The ideal situation will be that the farmer cooperatives have trucks and bring the coconuts to us, so they get the maximum value and are not dependent on the middleman. If that's in practice possible, especially in the beginning, we don't know. That depends very much on the cooperatives, and it's a financing question. It's possible that we pick it up, we arrange the transportation, but preferably we focus on the thing we're good at, is making cocoa pellets, and having the supply to us outsourced. And it can be to several parties. But the key take out of this project is value creation for the farmer cooperatives, for the farmers itself. And enabling this by contracts, so maybe they can go to the bank, like the land bank or another bank, BPI, and say like, hey, I have a contract for so many tons of husk per year. We like to buy a truck, 2 trucks with the cooperative, so they can get a loan, so they own that equipment, or they own a baling machine. It's we have some beautiful theories about it, but we have to see how it works in practice.
Okay, Michael and Gail. We have our some of our investors here. We have here our land development bank of the Philippines. We have a lot of foundations and NGOs. So how can they participate if they will want to invest in this project? What is exactly the part of the project that you want them to be your partner?
For us, I think it would be best if you connect with us, interview us, ask us hard questions. I think we just really need to get to know each other. We cannot commit to anything yet. I mentioned earlier that we're also looking for investors here. But I think we would be honest enough that let's sit down or have a Zoom call, understand each other, understand the team, what we do, what impact we want to achieve in the coming years, and how we can scale the business. So yeah, we suggest we do connect through the PCA or through our website, and just feel free to connect with us.
Yeah, absolutely. See, we have a core team. We have like a very experienced CEO that has built factories the last 25 years. Kiel is very experienced in the pellet industry in the whole of Asia. So we have all this core competence in the key team. But of course, a lot of things we don't know, and that's what we need from the local partners. We don't have all the answers. Technically, yes. But about the sourcing, we also came here to learn and to work together. So we really need, what we're always looking for is added value. So a pot of money is nice, but we don't want the money and brains and contacts. So the added value, it depends very much on what's needed and also what the party can offer. And it should be a synergy. And of course, it's nice if you click and like each other, because it's as they say, a good relation is not one without problems, because there will always be problems, but one that's able to solve problems. And that's why you need this. You have to understand each other. You have to be made of have the same DNA. That's why we want a green heart of people that really want to have an investment in a circular economy, help the environment, help the people, and not just filling their own pockets. We're a commercial company, but as I said before, it's about stakeholder value. And this concept should be also in the brains and in the hearts of the people we work with.
I think we have another question, Michiel. Are you looking for 1 or 2 big investors, or you are also accepting small investors?
Well, several small investors are one big investor, so it's the same. It depends. As mentioned, like we have a picture of that group or person, And big investors possible, several smaller investors can do the same thing. Everything we do is teamwork, and also this could be teamwork. Akil, I don't know what's your take out on that?
Yeah, same. Indeed, we're looking at, because if a party could bring in, the experience, the contacts, the, of course, money, that would be sufficient. But of course, having 2 or 3 small investors to make up the whole fundraising to help us, we're very open to it. But like we said, just connect with us to understand what we do, get to know us more. It's really easy for us to say now that, yeah, we're open to invest, but for us, we're also very selective when it comes to our investors. So as long as we're aligned, and alignment is very, very important for us.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, Sir Bingo.
Yes. Okay. All right. Before anything else, do you have a projected load capacity for this cocoa pallets for now? I mean, I would think that it would be the initial requirement, as far as further development is concerned. If what would be the projected dynamic load capacity of this cocoa pallets?
Oh, okay. I'll answer that. Yeah, generally we will start with we want to under promise and over deliver. But for now, we're targeting at least a ton.
Yeah, and the focus will be on companies that put things in boxes. So if things are in boxes, you don't put it outside in the rain. So dry loading, dry shipping, dry unloading. If it's in strong boxes, like the weight is distributed well. Also, we're very realistic. We have to also make a learning curve. So we start with like maximum 1,000 kilos, preferably a bit lower. And that's like a big customer base already, like a few 100 million pallets in Asia. So dry things in boxes like electronics, things like that. Like if you want to put car batteries on our pallets, we say like, not yet, maybe later.
Okay, because
Go ahead, sir.
For my purpose, my interest in this cocoa pallets is, as I said, the 1,000 liter totes, which will easily weigh, depending on what's being filled. If it's coconut oil, it's about 850 kilos.
Yeah, but there are 2 because you stack them. So the bottom pallet will have 1,600, 1,700 kilos on it.
Actually, it's 915 kilos. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but times 2.
Well, the first one will be floor loaded, so
Yes.
it will never carry the weight of the second one, unless you will utilize a really big forklift where you, instead of moving one at a time, you'll be moving 2 at a time, and that's going to be a different story. But and basically nobody does that for this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be good, Sir Bingo. I mean, connect us with spacecraft. We could connect with you. We could explore, because the 5,000 monthly requirement, I reckon, is just for the Philippines alone, and spacecraft is all over the world. So maybe it's something that could be of interest to the group.
Oh yeah, definitely, because the unavailability of the correct pallets is an issue that spacecraft have been wanting to address for the longest time.
Yeah, it's a problem everywhere. Like there's a wood shortage and people don't know where to get the wood from, or they have to pay very high prices. So people are running to us, even if they don't care about sustainability. It's just a price thing, because what we say is we offer our cocoa pellet at a competitive price. So you save money per pellet. This is why we can scale. It's a very simple metrics. So in the markets we sell, we want to be at least like $1 or a few dollars cheaper than a wooden pellet. which is of course easier now because wood prices have gone crazy. The project is focused on scale. That's why we optimized our process in such a way that we have such an efficient process that our costs are lower. And see, everybody wants to be sustainable, but not many people want to pay extra for it. And we understand that. And we understand the buyers of the company. So that's why we focused on the technique. This is why I think Cocoa Pellet is quite unique, because we combine sustainability with affordability. I think this is the metric for growth.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, and we will all be waiting anxiously.
We too, especially working.
Thank you, Sir Bengoy.
All right.
Ms. Beb? Are you there? Ms. Beb, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm always Michael and Kiel Flores, Michael Voss and Kiel Flores. Thank you very much for those with green hearts, but not interested green hearts, but not yet decided on what a particular participation in the project they want to go on. Please use the Google Sheet, and we have a survey form for you to answer for what kind of participation you want to join in this kind of project. So, and the contact number of the Cocoa Pellet team.
But also, if you have a lot of coconuts and a big building, also please contact us, because we have to build many factories. And so if it's not for the first one, it will be for the second or the third location. We need several things to make this possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. For the supposedly second presentation, we apologize that we cannot move on to the presentation of Miss Nena Eroy. She's having technical problem. Apology also to Mom Yusek Evelyn Lavinia. Your partner, Mom, is not around. She's having technical problems, so we cannot proceed with the presentation and the production of greenhouse growing medium. So tomorrow, on August 6th, we'll try to squeeze our time to accommodate that presentation. So we thank you. We'll take a little break for the synthesis of Engineer Villaruel.
Okay. I can be excused on this already, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your participation and technical inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
then, yeah, if Kel, you still have my contact information, right?
Of course,
okay.
Sir.
So just call me. I'm working from home. I've been at home for the past year and a half. So, yeah.
Looking well, sir. That's amazing.
I can easily be reached. Okay. Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Rose, thank you.
I think we can be excused as well, Ms. Bam, Ms. Rose.
Okay, thank you very much again. Thank you, thank you. So
Okay.
we'll have, do you have any announcement? Okay, let's have a 5-minute break for the synthesis of Engineer Villaruel.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures. Contact information can also be found in the booth and the chat box for inquiries. In central setting, it showcases coconut products. All furniture are all made of coconut wood. The directory can also be found here. Coconut bioengineering technology. The technology refers to the use of coconut materials to stabilize slopes and minimize soil erosion by placing materials in sloping land and embankments. These materials hold vulnerable soil and permit vegetation to control soil surface erosion and conserve the productivity of the soil. Welcome to the 35th National Coconut Week. This is the first time PCA will be doing a virtual exhibit. The objectives of this activity are to establish awareness of the importance of the coconut industry, to promote coconut products and byproducts and their benefits, and to encourage investments. We have 18 private companies producing various coconut products, participating on this virtual trade fair, and 2 government agencies. By using the mouse over and clicking the eye icon, our potential buyers will be able to see company information with contact details, address, and their product lines. By simply clicking icon button of the company, you will go directly to their booth. This is the Philippine Coconut Authority booth. All marketing collaterals like company banner, AVP, posters, and brochures.
Okay, we're back. Ma'am Rose. Okay, while waiting for the presentation of Ma'am Rose, may I remind everyone to please fill up or go to the Google form and fill up your interest in participating all those projects presented from the cocoa coolers to the cocoa board and to the cocoa pallet. Okay. For the synthesis, please welcome Engineer Rose Villaruel, our Department Manager of the Trade and Market Development Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. It was a long day for us, and thank you so much for everyone's participation. So my task this afternoon is to give you a summary of what had been discussed the whole day. First, our administrator, Benji Madrigal, emphasized on the major coconut products and the materials which are not optimally utilized. These coconut products remain as a prime commodity and even amidst the pandemic. So that there's a need to explore the unlimited possibilities of the coconuts to invigorate the sleeping giant. Our administrator enjoined all participants to work with PCA, support and cooperate in various investment areas to achieve the rapid, integrated, and inclusive development of the coconut industry. Next to that, our keynote speaker, Secretary Dominguez, congratulated PCA to bring together the stakeholders. He mentioned particularly that the coconut industry is facing challenging times as manifested through decline in copra prices, and this calls for the creation of competitive business. And one of the best things that happened this year, and even during the presidency of His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, was the enactment of the Republic Act 11524, or the Cocoa Levy Law, which serves as a powerful instrument to revitalize the coconut industry and supports the coconut farmers through the preparation of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan. After this, Division Chief Balibrea further emphasized the low commercial utilization of coconut water, that's 8.5%, husks 8%, and shell 42%, which basically constitutes the investment areas. That is, optimizing raw material recovery towards zero waste system, or what we call the circular economy. Basically, the investment forum was envisaged to promote value addition of coconuts and increase utilization of the materials available in the production areas and coconut processing system, to promote technologies ready for commercialization, to facilitate the implementation of low-hanging fruits, hard pipeline projects by linking the proponents to possible partners, inform the government enablers, financing institutions, and other stakeholders on the various investment areas, and to entice investors to invest, thus increase exports while providing livelihood to the farmers and farming communities. So this day, all the presentations were all about the utilization of coconut husks. The first one was a presentation by Fortuna Cools Incorporated. It was about the utilization of husks as insulation material, an alternative for styro box, which could last for about 2 years with initial production in Bulacan and Bicol. The technology presented potential benefits, such as to bring more value for the coconut farming communities and not by middlemen. It presents the opportunity for job generation and income earning opportunities for the coconut farmers. It was discussed that one cocoa cooler would require only 25 husks. That project calls for partnership and investment requirements as follows. It needs partnership with core processors, cooperatives, farmer groups, particularly in Quezon, Bicol, Davao del Norte, and Surigao del Sur. So for our farmers in those areas, this is your opportunity to join this good opportunity. And second, for research and development, university researchers and government facilities on natural fibers engineering, thermal engineering, chemical binding agents, and local technology transfer. Maybe along this line, our coconut tannin could be of use later. And then C, partnership with cold chain customers. Number 4, they also invited for technology licensing and manufacturing in the production of liner system, scaled up core insulation focusing on high value or high volume segments, including fish, cut flowers, delivery, and consumers. Fifth, the establishment of manufacturing hubs producing 300 of tons of core insulations and 100,000 coolers by 2022. And further experimentation with the packaging, leasing, or subscription model. That would be next year, year 2022. Next slide, please. So the next presenter was ProSource International in partnership with Naturloop Sustainable Biocomposites. It was about the process of converting coconut husks into good quality boards for panels. Mr. Santos, Mr. Dinizo, and Ms. Cristobal, and architect Miranda provided the inputs. They emphasized the usefulness of the boards to replace imported materials for cabinets, mostly from China, and to develop exterior paneling materials instead of merely just for interior paneling for application in socialized housing. It was also emphasized that the product is or has very low formaldehyde emission with water resistance. Further, it was also mentioned that the material, the board, is resistant to termites. The project is about something that would contribute to our economy in terms of additional income for coconut farmers from selling husks, to generate jobs in the countryside, and for some other social benefits. Next slide, please. So the invited partnership and the investment requirements are, so number 1, setting up of a community-based consolidation centers for the supply of 10,000 to 15,000 tons per year in the first year, and 20,000 to 30,000 tons of husks per year in the second year. Second, processing coconut husks to chips, which requires machinery for drying and chipping husks. So this second aspect of partnership would be something that our coconut farmers and farmers organization could participate. So investment requirements, they need warehouse and operating capital at the consolidation centers. This refers to consolidation of husks as raw materials for the processing plants. Second, machinery for chipping machine, conveyor system, mechanical dryers. And third, transport and hauling trucks. So for our interested investors, those are the investment areas. And during the open forum, major concerns were as follows. The buying price for coconut husks. Of course, farmers are always interested with what price the husks would be bought from them. But the issue on the selling price of the boards was also raised because somehow, even if the boards are having perfect or very good qualities, the price always matter. There was also an issue raised on the compensation for the loss of cocoa peat in the areas, which can be utilized to improve soil structure and fertility. There was a very good discussion on this because there was a concern that if we use the coconut husks fully for these projects, maybe our productivity would suffer because our our soils would be depleted with some nutrients due to the absence of the cocoa peat. But there was also a discussion that we run the plant first, and then we just have to improve productivity later. So there was a question on how PCA provincial offices can assist or collaborate in implementing the project. So it is along with information dissemination. And specifically, it was mentioned that the project intends to lease the land of PCA for the consolidation center piloting and probably for the processing plant establishment. The next presented was about cocoa pallet. It's about the use of coconut husk for the production of high quality cocoa pallets. And the benefits are the technology, once we use it here, would reduce deforestation. There will be lesser waste. It will reduce poverty because the project, once implemented, would provide income earning opportunities for the coconut farmers. And there will be good relationships with the farmers within themselves to produce the pallets. And among our coconut farmers organization, it will be an additional value creation or addition. Then it will be also a solution to the wood supply crisis because pallets to be used in the shipping industry could already be produced without cutting trees and without the woods. Next slide, please. So the envisaged partnership and the investment requirements are, number one, this group is looking for green hearts, and they envisage a public-private partnership to establish a pilot plant. So these are the requirements. Buildings, 6,000 to 10,000 square meters roofed area, machineries, heavy machineries, equipment installed on industrial floor, and then they need sourcing, supply of husks in approximately 100 kilometers radius around the processing plant. They need people to provide the labor, specifically trained technical teams on the job 24/7. So it would be a very good opportunity for our coconut farmers to be part of the project. And then marketing, and then also financing, either direct or indirect. Next slide, please. So these are the major concerns. One of our reactor, Mr. Bingoy, provided inputs that for this project to be successful, it must be compliant with the standard measurements needed for totes used in spacecrafts for maneuverability. Examples, the dimensions, the height, the stringers that are suited to the IBC totes. And then this is also important to fill the needs of the consumers, to provide solutions to the problems. And then also it should provide solutions to problems on molds. And then the last, there should be no problem with loading docks by most shippers. Next slide, please. So we tried to get the initial commitments gathered, provided by the participants. So these are what we got. So for cocoa coolers, number one, we got 11 potential partners or investors, and the areas of cooperation is on the provision of land and the supply of raw materials. Then we got 4 interested investors or partners for cocoa boards. Also, for the provision of land and supply of raw materials. And then for cocoa pallets, 1. Next slide, please. Okay, as to the agreements and ways forward, the PCA to facilitate or organize specialized meetings for the interested partners. Okay, that's all, Miss Bem.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Rose. Thank you very much for your very substantive synthesis. Okay, here in our chat box, our Deputy Executive Director of Export Development Council commit to support and policy formulation that will allow conducive environment for export development. That is based on their mandate of the Export Development Council under RA 7844. Thank you very much, Ma'am Elsa Valenzuela. Okay, for our next session will be on August 6th. So we will be presenting the cocoa water and the cocoa patch, and then we will squeeze in the presentation on the production of greenhouse growing medium, and then next is the cocoa water and the VCO convergence. So that will be for the for our August 6th session. So may I hear words from our National Cocoa Week Chairman, Sir Wally Partosa.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Bembem. Thank you to all our presenters and to our panelists and to our audience. This is just the start. We know that we have a lot of work to do, as mentioned by the Secretary of Finance. PCA and the coconut industry will be receiving around 75 billion minimum for us to really build the industry. So it will take a lot of effort, not only from PCA, but from the local government units, from the farmers organizations, and more specifically from our farmers. Obviously, if we are fighting if we are trying to rebuild this industry as individuals, we will not win. But if we work together, if we collaborate and try to find win-win solutions, I think we will be able to overcome and bring the coconut industry to greater heights. So thank you very much for participating, and I hope to see you again on August 6th. Despite the ECQ, since it's virtual, we can still proceed. And then there's another activity from August 9 and August 11 for the business to business forum. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Hindi pa. Wala pa ako. Wait.